Oh, you know what? I apologize. I meant to start the other, but I will get over there right after this. See, I have to do. I'm in the process of starting a character. Like, technically, this is what I play season in and season out. So, about every day, it's like a character starts. Just to give an idea, like all the games I played that are similar, like in build wise, yes, this is taking longer. Uh, Long step because I do play this to a point that it is perfection level. Now, currently, I am behind. This character's reached its not dead end, but temporary dead end. So I'm going to start my other character, but not today. I'm after caches. Okay, so see, people never show what you do and build in Diablo. Diablo 4 is a great game, but you see, I'll stream it a long time, but we don't talk about the building process. The building process you have to do yourself. There's guides for such things. But once you got a character set up, wham bam, thank you. Wonderful. Like this character can farm any character I ever need. Like my problem right now, and why I'm going to, I do take a break because I do other games I play in the meantime, but I'm tired of seeing this one. And the problem with this game is not that I just dislike it. You have to take a break from it for one simple fact that we're talking in a week. Less than a week, I got it. Now, that's not the normal player experience, but once you understand how you get here, the better you'll be. But so why? This is all going to go to my barbarian, okay? All of this. I gotta get caches. I gotta prep these to actually use. See, I gotta prep these to actually use. Here. Because I'm missing a ring of starless skies. Wow. The build has reached its temporary dead end. Now, realistically, that's why. You gotta understand. This is just where, yeah, and I do apologize. Me being on time is like even I'm fashionably late. It's it's a trait that's I'm either very early or I'm very, very late. I hate it, but it is bound to occur. Sadly, I got kind of yelled at, no offense, by somebody that right, I should be more on time, but I spent last month half sick. Next thing you know, sure, I get into a rhythm, pop on something I research for other streams that I have to do. I plan ahead for. Sometimes I do them, sometimes I don't. Other half of the times it's sit there, either shoot something or grind something. Diablo 4, I have to work my ass off half the time because I said this season was going to happen. I don't have a mythic seal yet. I don't have that. I don't have my mythics. Every mythic I get kind of fucks over my other halves because I don't have it. There's a whole diatribe complaint into that game right now because of the mythic unique system. The mythic unique system is a bane of it all, actually. See, what I need to do over here is update sets for characters, but I don't want to burn off extra resin. See, after I got off, I kind of went to the clouds and fixed my problem. See, I don't work in steady paces. I work in steady paces, then jump the shark to the next whatever, once I know it. Apparently 2 days have passed, and I don't know how I did it. I must have just played. Need to remember to do dailies because I'm bound by them now. Look, as I said, I need pools on Sandrone. Not what I'm looking for. Jackasses. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to doing the witch trials for the trials to get stellar conduit unlocked because it's kind of like a time commitment. Because as much as I complain that I don't catch up in a story in this game, unironically, HSR, I'm actually kind of only at Amorphous. Or Amphorius, sorry. Which. And then I get tired here, and then I don't bother. I do dailies and kill things, and then guess what happens? I'll explore, I'll do that, and then have resources stacked up, praying it's good, and that's not the issue. Was before my Deluke, I need to actually go farm up Crimson Witches set, which is going to suck horribly. I gotta go farm that up. Hold on. I keep thinking that this is I haven't ever done. I think this is a one above the trees, or it's the one below the ground. I've never been able to find. Because, yeah, part of the reason that drove me to finish up the story and catch up is because I want to be current with the story for SNES 9. But also, oh, fuck you. It's this one. Okay, never mind. Hate this daily. This daily's fine. There's two approaches to this daily. Actually, there's two approaches to it, right? Or, you know, there's two approaches to this daily. It's one of those ones that you, in turn, I abuse the hell out of the stamina system, okay? That's what I do. I really do. If you need the parts, fight them, kill them. If not, don't. It's a rule of thumb. PC, I don't look. The problem in maintaining stamina. Like, I finally got this area where it's the quest I don't think anyone does, that it's no longer thunderstorming because you fix the seals. You have to fix the actual seals, the shrines. Which I swear if people actually did it, it would be something subtly very different. But I don't think people do it that much. Because it's one of the subquests why that island is always striking lightning. Basically. But the number of side quests in this game is pretty massive. Like, it's weird if you look at completion. I have a high doubt people have really been this down here. My thing is, I've been down here because I had to come down here for like a boss, I believe. Who's it ever? I forget who it's for. It's for one of the others. But I just also discover it, so I have it. Like, this is the last part of the Sakura tree quest or whatever this thing is down here that I gotta get. I'm like right on the tail end of it. And I've done it out of order. Let's see. Personally, Liu and like Simaru, I kind of got done with. I got like I need to level Wanderer. The problem with Wanderer and the same thing with Hida. That Nahida I actually have uh Nahida I actually have to C2. C1, sorry. Because I actually got her and then I got uh I had her at C because I got her. It's weird. She's the only like double archon I ever had. Well, Vuika I accidentally pulled twice, and I have say for my own words, and I have her actually. Yeah, I got her at C1, which I never meant to do that because I was gonna pull for Citalali back then. But I had to wait till the I had to wait till the rerun for Citalali. She They ran her about the same time. So, you know. Oddly enough, if you think to the history of this game, like, Nahida actually goes up and down in use. Because, mark my words, Dendro's in a really bad place. Dendro is not what it used to be. And I do not know. Like, burgeoning is still a mechanic, but it's not the most important mechanic. Like, it's part of Burns, it's part of Lamia's. Uh, I just call her Dear Girl, no offense. I forget her kind of name, but aesthetic wise, she's not terrible, but you know, you don't see her used as much. It's like actually the interesting part about Koi Kokomiya, she was considered a 5-star healer that people thought was trash. Turns out she's really good at DPS. In fact, I've been in the process of trying to prep her for changing out her gear. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change out her. I'm gonna change out her gear for she has another set that's actually right up her alley that you I forget what it's called. Crap. So this one. Let's see. It's yeah, by the way, the most abused set in the entire planet, by the way. Fuck, I can't think what it's called. Sadly, I don't have any right now because I don't have any good rolls of it. It's the one that gives the healing bonus, and the overhealing bonus is it goes to extra damage. So that's the one. One day I just need to get in farm it. Add this to the characters that I need to update for the more recent versions of the game. Just so you know. See, sadly, right, it's she scales upon HP, but yeah, one of the few characters that actually survive. This is actually one of the few characters that actually survived uh Simiru, by the way. By survive, I mean escaped while having her stats intact, basically. And coincidentally, I've actually been able to build her to be. Look, hybrid characters I enjoy. If two things I enjoy in this game, it's hybrid characters. Like, I think what happened is I don't care for gimmicks. You go for what works. And I mean, yeah, Genshin forgot that elemental reaction and overloads are a thing. They're going to act like they care. It's like they're going to act like Geo is still an element. Um, by that, they're going to act like it. But reality dictates they. Look, the reason why every single. Like her. Like, she herself isn't bad, but she's Bond of Life. There's a problem with Bond of Life. Bond of Lives don't heal. She is arguably a playable Fatui Harbinger, and one of the damn best ones. But there's a but. You have to finagle her to make her work. Sadly, she spends a lot of damn time doing nothing, which is unfortunate. Which I probably am going to have to level her. Look, the Boulevard of Broken Characters is characters that you think are remotely good that you just gotta live with them. You know, you're basically living with them, and then you're. mean, if I get to 55, I mean, see, I can get up to about right here. No offense, I kind of. It's not that I like my game cozy. It's can be done. I mean, I've done it. It's look. I don't really pay attention to it, but I actually did it. But see, I'm in dire need of. See, sadly, when you need materials, look, this is actually the worst patch. I'm just gonna do this a second because that's 150. Look, even though you get resources from it because we're so resource starved, and me losing a 50-50 on Sandrone, that's murder, by the way. That's absolute murder. It's a murder on resources. Fire, ice, and water. You don't really need wind. You can do it, but you don't need it. Do you know the perfect lineup for this? Yeah. Perfect lineup. Because don't misunderstand, I can bat up to 90. Look, right team, you can kinda get up there. The problem is, you just have to heal faster. It's like Diablo 4, knowing your multipliers. I think it's as long as they're not tanky enemies, I'm good. Oh, it happened. Oh, this dungeon. Yeah, I'm dead. This bug has never been fixed, by the way. This bug has been here in the same dungeons for like ever. Which, I mean, it's probably not an intentional one that they should just outright fix at some point. But yeah, I'll do this quickly. Then I don't live up at 55. Because the problem is you need to actually level your characters if you don't have your characters leveled. Because I had the horrifying nightmare before they went up to the game. See, it's always lucky I have Koi Kokumi. Swimming doesn't take stamina like it does. See, what's funny about this, even though this is a Night Soul team, this is a Night Soul team. You gotta realize that. See, when I start playing a game again, I rediscover how to actually play it, which is weird. All the combos come back, everything underneath the sun. Oh, hello. That's why I'm usually opposed to any character that I'm a bitch. Eh, I hate these things. Now, see, Ascensions are. I should have really burnt Night Soul before that. Okay. What makes Wavika work is the burning Night Soul before you do that. That's her mechanic. Okay, fine. Rude. Head up. I can get it, though. Yeah, shut up, game. I know I can get it. I know I can get it. God sakes. That's the purpose. You guys bunch up, please. Yeah. See, I can get it. I might just have to do some upgrades here temporarily. But I should do it anyways. You're already half dead. Living at World Tier 7 is actually very different. The end game is very. Look, I'm not saying I hate it, it's. Yeah, can be done. A lot of times I actually forget that I have that. But yeah, a lot of this is just pure and simple. Yeah, good. Thank you. Leveling in this game is, I think it's always been like the resource problem in like every character, like what it takes to like actually level is like, are these the best artifacts? No, there is a level that you have them. It's like this is totally bad. Like I couldn't get this set to roll for the life of me. It's actually hurt my skirk a little bit. Like it's actually hurt her in a way that it keeps I like her, but she's extremely glass cannon. Which if she gets hit, she's just dead. Which isn't a the best of like I think like if I had to switch, but it's also the realm of like look, relic farming is something I don't cherish in this. HSR has done it 10 times better than this. Like ZZZ's is not even that bad compared to it. Like the disc rolling, yeah. If I remember to do this. Oof. Yes, ignore the main stat on this one. I mean, I know why I did it, okay? I know why I did it. Ooh. That's something that needs to be addressed at some point. That's because her being a hybrid character, she has a particular thing. And it's used because it's good stats, and plus I hate farming this out. Which I might one day be able to rectify. It's like a little bit of a thing that you can like switch out occasionally in these. But like some of these, because these are all used by the Night Soul characters. This is one of my main lineups I use anyway. So it gets around a ton of what I need. keep forgetting that almost all of my relics just. See, what I did is I had this harebrained scheme at some point that I didn't realize it's kind of an aloof project. I was like, I am going to reset all my sets at some point. Keep them updated. I check it why it happens and everything else. Now, realistically, what winds up happening in a game like this is you you get there and then you realize you need to level everything, which reality is you don't think that the gear is weaker down the line, but it is. I know. Got that? Something came up that I actually had to pick up and fix. Oh, fuck. It actually took me to tier 7. Oh. Ooh, that's really, really bad. Oh, that is not great. Yeah, no shit, it's dangerous. Where is she? Jerry? Catchword? Where is she? What man? Where is she? Oh, fuck me. There she is. Sorry. That's one of those days. A character I don't. A cat robot. Oh, which do you mean, radio mode? I mean, I can mute my own stuff, but I have to keep this one if I'm doing story. It's hard to buy stream, Sarah. As much as I would love to help you, it's a bad day. The problem is my watch hours are not the greatest currently because my algorithm is shit. So, the character I don't care about. Yeah. Look, I know you need to do your stuff. I have a lot of things I have to do this month. One that just got more screwed over in the absolute process, by the way. I just had got done having to have a conversation I don't want to have. So, long story short. Look, I have actually a fun fact. I have a whole list of other streams I have planned out this month. I'm gonna be lucky if I get to even half of them. If, 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 because apparently Doom's actually DLC drop. By the way, yeah, again, it happens. Uh, I don't think it said it was. Oh, so it ascended me to 57. Yeah, I said that my rank was at like a near max. Yeah. Adjustment. It's not what I want. I need to reset it to another tier. Yeah. Can I please do that? You are not cool. Oh, my lord, please. Well, my game is fun. Yeah. I won't be getting anything done. This was a bad idea. I won't be getting anything done. I wonder if I die and go get myself BTFO'd enough I can drop my tier. Uh,
I see. Thank you.
No worries at all, since we're facing the...
All right. Thank you so much. Hi, Catherine. It's us.
I'm gonna have to get myself BTFO'd enough and have it force drop me.
Once we receive word of enemy activity, we can notify the nearest camp and the
This isn't good.
can take him. Yes, precisely. So please.
So that's the plan. We kinda knows that.
The movements of the once the disaster is over, everyone will return to their normal
This isn't
lives.
good. This is really
So I hope
bad.
that day will be sooner rather than later.
I screwed my game up. Look, if you have a character lineup that's 90, this isn't a problem.
Is that the traveler in Pylon? Hello,
So,
hello. Oh, hey, Kachina. Yep. Now really isn't the time to stay home and recover anyway. I wanted to do something. I heard that the Pyral Archon is gathering warriors to be stationed in the more remote. Don't think I haven't heard about all. Oh, by the way, Shilonin told me that she was ordered to forge you an ancient name. She said that she's all set, and we can head over whenever we're ready.
Thiolin is the forger of the ones.
Wow, so we'll finally get to meet Shilonin. Shilonin is a true master. Now, she's always got a pile of commissions on her plate, so you usually have to wait a while before she finishes something. In this case, though, she's completely cleared her schedule just to work with you. She wants to give your name her full attention.
See, Xiolin is, well, that's actually the god, goddess of corn, actually. Very much the case. People don't know that one. She's also the forger and a blacksmith person, and the resident DJ person of Natlan. Just really weird for like a story reason. You don't think about it with her.
Signed up as a warrior, so all I have to do for now is wait for my assignment. She wouldn't turn me away, right? Hey, have some confidence in yourself, Kachina. Second thought.
Okay,
Maybe I'll just
this character's a hot mess with the rest of the damn tribes. Okay, I gotta get myself dropped. Oh, it's gonna suck royal ass. I ain't gonna get a damn thing done. I can't get anything done now. Well, I'm not saying I can't, but it's just that's a lot to move up a rank, and you don't have your character lineups for that. That means there's no quick clears. Yes. There's no such thing as quick clears.
This realm is.
Truth be told, I have not only a lot of games lined up, but that actually puts a dent in my schedule. So if I get myself BTFO'd enough, I think I can get the rank drop. I think. By the way, I don't care much for the Sarate teapot. You can kind of tell. The Sarate teapot, good concept years ago. Good way to get trust ranks, roughly. Very good. It's a nice way to get trust ranks. But realistically, I don't ever live here. I just come here like once a week, twice a week. That's if I remember to do it. That's if I remember to like actually come into the Sarate teapot for like ever fucking longer than 5 minutes. Okay, good. God damn it, I gotta get to that quest too.
I know. Present.
That just put a big dent in my thing. That really, really just did. But the secret will be to getting my ass kicked enough that it force drops me.
Alright, let's finish this fast. Get to work. Light of the blazing sun! That was quick. Yeah. That was quick.
I'm really lucky that I have certain lineups. If I didn't, I would be in really seriously dead shit. Because the funny thing about higher tiers unto itself that they don't tell you is the higher tiers, like there's actually there's actually things that are like enemies that, despite a lot of people, damn it. Okay, good. Highly dangerous. Everything at this tier is highly dangerous. That don't change a damn thing. This is actually a tier people love playing at. They play at this tier and they love it. Me personally, I've never liked it. I remember when they had the basic tiers of this. I ran up and stepped on a quest. That happens a lot. There's something really bad occasionally that you
The flame burns on.
see. Things happen early in the day that I just get pissed off. I start playing like crap for the next hour. I have to explain to a person if you piss me off enough, I'm just gonna have to go find something else to do, and I can't play something. Look, arguments are one thing I don't like having with people. Needless. Look, long story short, wasting your absolute bucket. Now, this I can kind of traditionally not care. No offense. This is very cozy game to me. Get away. Like, this is something I can play and not think about it. It's always been kind of what I do. So it kind of works that way. Then again, my idea of cozy games is sometimes hell to other people. I get lost for like hours and don't think about it. Or when I just pop something in the background, then I just do it. Yes. Okay. Actually, the problem is that's not actually as bad as the actual reputation system for come to think about it, the reputation system as a whole needs a massive. What is it? Said she's fucking down there, isn't she? Could navigate me over there, game. Yes. See, that's why I played disoriented for that. Play sad. Coming off an argument is not something I care. Oh. And then the person's like, ooh, well, it's nothing. It's like, okay, here's the thing. annoying a person to death than asking a person to do something. Look, I kind of made the decision a long time ago, people. It was a revelation. Don't argue with stupid. Because A, you're going to get yourself wrong. B, try to avoid people who are petty. It's one of the greatest things you can ever imagine. It's a life skill. Me, personally, I'm not the type that's easily annoyed. I have my moments. That moment that my actual, like, concentration gets shattered, I'm, like, screwed for 2 hours. It sucks.
Shilonin, I brought the person who needs an ancient name.
She's an ocelot, which is actually, I like her character design. What's weird is some people say they don't like Xiolin's character design. It's probably because I like Diolin. Diolin's character was pretty good too. Okay, jokes aside, they're both cat girls, okay? Both. Okay, fine. Not my thing. But character aesthetic wise, they're both well designed characters, good dialogue, good gameplay. When they nail a character good, they nail it fine. They perfect. Now, fun fact, I was gonna skip on Sayuri the first time she came out. Then again, you realize Xylan is part of the lineup, but she's also a Geo 5-star. A good Geo 5-star is very super rare nowadays. Like, you're lucky if once per year you get a good Geo 5-star. We were blessed this year with 2 of them. That's Sabai and that's Lene. Irony is, she's in the same lineups that Lene is and Zabai. Now, interesting thing enough about Zabai, now she's a mainline DPS, but the reason why you would have Xiolin nowadays is for the sheer buff.
She's super amazing, and I've already learned tons of stuff from her. I can vouch that she's really worthy of a hero.
Ah, yes, so I've heard. So young, and yet you've already got quite the reputation. Wait, are you Outlanders?
Yep, we're travelers who just arrived in Natlan not too long ago.
See, this is the story of the traveler post, it's gonna annoy the piss out of me if you think about just shit happens. And this annoyed the piss out of me ever since you start to get through the story. Like, after a certain point, the traveler becomes famous. It's always like, oh, have you just heard of the traveler? Now, it's like, it gets worse. Like, yeah, it's like vain hero worship. They switched that up, like, right around 3.0. Fontaine, you're roughly an unknown. Because that's why all the dialogue is the traveler's always well, not a proverbial menace, but every time we go somewhere, something is badly is about to happen. So, see, I can't wait for the introduction in 6.0. See, by the time, by world reputation standards, we'll be lucky if we're not shot on sight in Snezhnaya. But interestingly enough, world quest wise, you can go run around Nodcry without being shot to death by the Fatui. By the way, Natlan, I love the aesthetics. See, Natlan, a lot of people back this setting. The other ones between a certain point were soulless. Like it, Simaru didn't. Fontaine, I'm not sold on. Fontaine has a flavor. Natlan has an ambient, which is weird. Hard to say. But I think outside of Inazuma and Mondstadt in the last couple of years, like it wasn't until recently I went back to Mondstadt when they did the whole witches thing. As you can tell, I spend most of my time in Inazuma and dailies. Here's the thing. Natlan's my other favorite spot. Nod cries reluctantly. Like I like parts of Nod Cry. Aesthetically, it's alien. That's what it's alien in the exploration. I fell in love with it. But Natlan has a probably also why because I like Mesoamerica history, and it's largely based on Aztec culture. Probably where the love comes from. Because once you understand a lot of the ancient names that went into development here, they say this area wasn't culturally appropriate. It just tells people they don't know history. I just wish they delved deeper. I honestly wish they did. Natlan gets worse down the line. As I said, he becomes a Lich King. But aesthetically, Natlan has a good flavor. I just kind of wish they delved deeper. The lore behind the characters is good. See, Xiolin's a better one. That's why I said playstyle. She has a place in a lot of lineups.
No, I mean, I was aware that you're travelers. It's just no one told me that you're outlanders.
And she has a really good VA. Her English VA is really good. She's one of the few characters that when their VA is good, they are good.
Huh? You're saying the pyro
Versus
archon
can
didn't tell you?
the other.
No, the only thing she said is that a new hero had pledged herself to the plan, but we need to forge an ancient name to ensure she. And she did mention that it would be quite difficult to forge an ancient name for them, but at the time I thought she was just commenting on my skills. But I seem to understand where the true difficulty lies now.
Are you a...
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm used to it. The Pyro Archon's requests are always difficult to fulfill, and we used to argue a lot. Honestly, it's probably for the better that she didn't bring this up at the time. Anyway, I can't argue with her, but just because I understand her rationale doesn't make me any less upset. After all,
It's impossible?
as you probably know, an ancient name is a symbol of a hero's sparing glory, which grows even richer and heavier as generations of we forge ancient names by engraving the heroic deeds of an individual who will become the first hero of that particular name.
Though they have a tendency to carry out an arc. Because look, HSR is actually the first game outside of Honkai Impact 3 third that carried over the Firefly story. God, that's a Firefly. Fuck. See, this is why I could get there. So, there's a PE story, which is the previous era story. Like, when you look at HSR, you look at the story of the mods from Honkai Impact. Great work in that game. The Kevin Kalisa and all of them that you see are like the people in Euphorius. It's all based on the Lost World. This subtly had the Moth lore in it from the PE era, but the key is but without the tragedy involved. But then again, they did it with, the gods being human and everything else. A lot of the game, it's like, this is what people don't realize. Like, Genshin has a lot of story. A lot of their stuff goes into it. Each region is supposed to be unique. But I think they wanted to use the Moth storyline, kind of like Euphorius was used in HSR. Like, I'm currently playing through Euphorius. It's like, there is. Euphorius is a good setting. But then again, a lot of my love for the game that section of the game comes from Honkai Impact. I mean, it's very hard to understand because a lot of people haven't played it. A lot of people who come into MiHoYo games start off at Genshin, then discover HSR. Then they don't realize why we call Wika not Himiko. It's just like we call Raiden Shogun, not Mei. I prefer to call Raiden Shogun Hireshura Thunder. Now you're starting to see all the references of HI3 pop right into HSR because of the current story arc. And by the way, I was proven right. They killed off Himiko. Himiko did die. This is one of the few games Himiko hasn't died. Yet. Yeah, technically she did die. If you count her being resurrected 500 years ago. Her being resurrected.
But they were all performed outside of Natlan, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Then those deeds haven't been recorded by the Night Kingdom. To take it one step further, even if you had performed heroic deeds in Natlan, as an Outlander, your actions still wouldn't have been recorded by our lands.
There's a theory about Natlan, which is weird, because I brought this up the other day. Okay. The Abyss attacked Tavon. This is a theory that's not touched on a lot. Where there's theories. A lot of people must have forgot about Natlan. Okay. Thimaru. Every character has a constellation. Think of it as a predestined name. That's why everyone thinks Tavon was a simulation. Because every character is why they thought this is why they actually think Tavon for years was a simulation by the heavenly principles. Where this theory comes from is because constellations are predetermined fate. Unknowingly, by the way, we have a character who is going to probably have the cursed fate of a dissenter. That's Child. Child's name is of that of one of the previous dissenters, so they think he's going to get sacrificed to create new gnosises. Then again, the lore of the dissenters has been entirely fucked over. That is a mess for time, and I cannot wait to see the current lore of it and nod cry myself. the idea of the dissenter, and then they're gonna redo it again or add on to it with Snezhnaya. So in Natlan, they have their own version of Irminsul. Because technically the Traveler is not an Irminsul. Wanderer is not part of Irminsul. Now, Irminsul that they don't mention in Cimmery is almost identically the Imaginatory. Okay? It is practically the Imaginatory, which is at the center of the universe. And it's in every Honkai game ever. That's any MiHoYo game. So, while the rest of the world is kept alive by the Irminsul tree as a memory, because if Abyss broke it, the world fell. That's why the Dendro Archon couldn't leave during the Archon War. But it nearly was destroyed. In Natlan, they have their own version of Irminsul. It's in the Nightlands. Now, a lot of people haven't brought up that that's how they obtain immortality, that's how they get their heroes, that's how the people get their gnosises, etc., etc. That is where it comes from. Because there's a lot of imagery when you get into the Ninth Soul that is part of the deeper lore. Like, there's things with Genshin that it's mentioned, but they don't think that they're. See, Natlanese don't believe they're connected to Irminsul. Now, if Irminsul is the center of the universe, I want to see that their reasoning for burning down Irminsul matches why. But then again, the game is 6 years old, going on 7 now. The writers, while it's been the same team, we've known that Irminsul was going to get burned as far back as the end. I think it was about 3.8, 3.6 or 3.6 or 3.8. Because at the end of that whole quest, Kalani was always hinted at to have been experimented on by Doctor. She has visions of the future. Fitlolly has the same visions of the future. Kalani foresaw Irminsul being burnt. That was told to us in the 3.0 story. Now, granted, it took them 3 years to finally burn down the Irminsul tree, but it wound up happening. And under really stupid circumstances. This is why I am not thrilled to start. Look, Nodcry's story, from what I've seen in the lore of it and over it, what actually happens per the patches, is really weird. Natlan I like. Natlan I like to a point. The ending of Natlan makes no sense. Because the idea, there's an idea, if I can ever get to it, explain it. They're rewriting the end. 5.0, you could see they were rewriting their own rules. Which, I have a grand theory how Genshin's going to end, but people aren't going to like it. How I would end Genshin is the same way Honkai Impact 3rd ended. You need something bad to happen. We're talking horrific. A series of events built up, paid off. People need to die. Main characters need to die. But they won't do it. We're going to literally get to the Tsaritsa, and she's going to redeem herself. And nothing's going to happen. Every other game they've ever done kills off their main character, their villain. I mean, I'm not arguably saying Auto Apocalypse had a good end, but Auto Apocalypse, not saying he earned his fate, but there's a whole lore thing. That's why when every time you see an Auto Apocalypse lookalike, not Kalisa, Kevin Kalisa, or Caslana, like there's a theory right now the person who orchestrated the Genshin world is a Kevin variant. He has the same symbol to the Deliverer sigil in HI3. Now, you're talking a broad theory that people have found. He includingly uses a name similar. Huh. And if they do that, every Honkai game always has a Mei, Kiana, Himiko, Branya, and a Serene. Not a Serene, but Elf. This game we haven't seen, so we have potentially the Kiana already. You have the Mei, you have the Himiko. The Himiko was the Fire Archon. Raiden Shogun is Mei. The Tsaritsa is going to be Branya. Now, that's been long speculated for like 4 years because that's kind of the formula. Now, the question is who's going to be the pink elf? Because ZZZ is working on that right now with Ramiel Dan. Okay. Ramiel Dan's going to be the pink elf there. And HSR has Cyrene.
Only memories and experiences. Even the greatest of craftsmen cannot create something out of.
Seems though I don't want just anyone to get a name, huh?
Mawika, of all people, should know better than anyone. Yet she's still entrusted the task.
Oh, Paimon gets it. No, why do I feel like this has happened before? I think last time, Shilonen just ended up running dozens of laps around the hills near.
Ugh, don't remind me. Let's just focus on how.
You mean you're.
Well, what else can I do? If she gave me this order, then she believes the ancient name is an indispensable part of our plan, and that I'll be able to find a way to make it happen. In other words, the order.
Oh, not only has she accepted the task, but now she's looking for silver linings? Yeah. Let's see if we.
See, what the beautiful part of the story is, she came up with a plan 500 years ago somehow, prevented her death, let herself die to be reborn, which they don't say she actually let herself die so she could have enough life and pray to God to be remade that she can drag herself out of the sacred fire to become the archon of the modern era. That's actually how Movika's story goes. Yeah. Ugh. By the way, very Himiko-ish thing to do. People forget that. Sacrifice herself for the betterment of everybody, even if it means her dying. Which, oh god, I kind of recommend the trailer for Himiko Nova, but here's the thing. Final Lesson brings a slight tear to my eye, but how they explained Himiko in HSR, it's as bad or worse than we actually thought. Ugh. Long story short, all Himikos die. Or they're dead. The one over there of that trailer for her character doesn't get you. People who have never seen Final Lesson or played through Wabika's story, you might get it. Because they have touched on her story of her sacrificing herself. The current arc in HSR is really good. That's why I want to get to it.
The traveler's existence and record her heroic deeds.
We heard the voice of. If we can talk to her again, maybe we can figure something out together.
Well, every tribe has their own Wyab. How do we know if the one you met is indeed the best one for us to talk to? Plus, considering the unprecedented nature of this situation, I have a feeling that the acknowledgement of one Wyab alone would. I don't know. That requires a level of knowledge that I do not possess. We need to find a consultant who's an expert on all things Night Kingdom and Wyab. The first person who comes to mind is Lolly at the Masters of the Nightwind, the one we call Granny Eats Talik.
Yes, Natlan has a bunch of characters. I'll say this again. That are 200 or 300 years old. Okay? She's practically immortal.
Oh, we've heard that name before. We used her spirit speaker stone to find Kachina's ancient name.
Hmm.
A person who can make something like that must be pretty impressive.
Still, she's older now and quite eccentric. It's hard to even book a meeting with her, given that she's constantly holed up in her room and doesn't like to be disturbed. I've heard that to get her help, you have to be extremely patient with her and know how to keep her spirit up.
I hate to break it to you, but.
Huh. Why is that? I mean, didn't she already help you before? And you even
Yeah, at the cost of her spirit speaker stone being. Huh?
Okay, do you know one problem why people hate Sit Lily? Girly girls hate her. It's kind of. Okay, the ones that hate girly girls, especially amongst women and female players, she is coded to like the Traveler, whether they're male or female. It's like Ayaka Kamisato's story, which I firmly recommend for people if you ever have never played it through Inazuma. Go back and see it, how it goes. She's actually coded to be attracted to the Traveler, but it's a very wholesome story. Like, if Aether would have a wife, he would clearly be Ayaka. That's actually why Yeshik Wang in ZZZ is actually a very impactful character because it comes kind of from this game, but Spitlolly is basically coded Now, I love the twist with her. Now, they do say a lot of the main women in the game are Sandares, which is interesting. But then again, I know the lore of Sitlali Peace. Because, again, aesthetic wise, well, technically, I also like her predecessor, so. Her predecessor was an HS. She's an HSR.
Here we go, Malika. We're already off to a rocky start here. In that case, I guess your only option is to try to emphasize that this is an. I'll also write you a letter on your behalf. If you can find someone to deliver it and.
Oh, let's ask Kanich to deliver the letter. Paimon sure hopes a Hal won't interrupt when he's talking.
All right, Kanich is a seasoned negotiator.
Great. Then I'll go.
Please just give me a moment to write the letter.
Sounds good. We'll take a stroll.
I get through the one chapter real big. Look, you only get to play through this story once. Look, she has a weird lore that. Let me see if it's even in her blogs. Hold on. Hold on. Actually, see, I haven't done the other half.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing
Yes.
House.
See, the funny part is she's a light novel reader. She also drinks openly. See, I haven't done the stories, by the way, for her. Like, I don't do the character stories. See, she holds herself up and she reads light novels like Yae Mika does.
We meet again. Kachina
Huh,
told me everything.
they're weird.
I'll deliver the message to the Masters of the Nightwind and convince Sitlali to give you a chance.
Hmm.
I'll also take this chance to explain what happened to the Spirit Speaker Stone and offer her an apology in person.
Yeah, I'm sorry to put this on you, Kanich. It's just the.
It's all right. We're all working for the sake of the Pyro Archon's plan, after all.
Oh, wait. So Kachina and the Traveler also know about the plan?
Because we all saw a hero of the past rematerialize right before our eyes. And then Mualani said that a ton of the Pyro Archon explained everything when we came back. Right. She mentioned there are 6 heroes and that Shilonen is one of 4 that have already been.
Oh, well, then I suppose there's no need to keep any secret.
I have another piece of intel to share. We've pretty much identified the person who rescued the captain in the stadium of the Sacred His name is Auroron, and he also hails from the Masters of the Nightwind. However, he spent most of his. That's why his disappearance went unnoticed. By the time Sitlali finally realized that he was gone.
Sitlali?
That's right. Auroron was an orphan raised by the chief of the Masters of the Nightwind and many other kind-hearted.
Odd, huh?
Given how the Masters of the Nightwind love to babble about dreams and revelations, I've never met Auroron, but if they consider him the odd one.
That's right. So in that sense, Aurora.
Makes sense. But Paimon wonders how Sitlali could be the first one to notice Aurora.
As of now, we still haven't been able to confirm whether Auroron joined the Fatui voluntarily. Sitlali is probably eager to prove that.
Oh, so if I'm following, you mean we'll help her investigate Auroron and the captain's whereabouts?
Yes. If you're all on board with the idea. Even though I don't think Sitlali is the kind of person to turn down an order from the Pyro Archon. Working together with us.
Yeah. Plus, we kinda owe her one and.
This is a pretty well thought out plan. As expected of Mollypo Kanich. Then, yeah, I'll leave.
Sure. I'll head out right.
Take care out there, Kanich. I'll be heading back as well.
Okay, then let's part ways for now.
Look, Kanich is not the worst in the world when it comes to a character. Time. kill it or you don't find. But there's a lot of like the lore a little bit.
Oh, it's time to meet up with Shilonen. Let's ask her how things have been going.
Everything's going to be highly dangerous.
Hey, Shilonen, how's everything?
Oh, how did I get myself into this? I won't be able to click clear bosses.
Oh, hi, Traveler and Pine. I have bad news. See, Lolly did not reply to our request. Although,
Huh? You mean she didn't even bother to give Kanicha a response?
yeah, well, she can be also quite eccentric, though she's one of the most gifted people around. Even the Masters of the Nightwind often struggle to work with her. But let's go to the stadium and see.
That's true. Let's go.
Look, the whole point, I'm sorry if pronunciation wrong, her being a Sandra is, look, there's a lot of characters that are like this. It's like, I'm going to be honest, characters that are Nami mommies, people like in DZZ.
Buddy.
The devs are weird.
Just not gonna show up, huh?
There's a ton. I'm going to get this out of the way now. Every team has a character that I like. The current designs for like all the other games either comes from Klee variants, like HSR is very coded for it. HSR has some coding for it in that turn. Klee being the playful, energetic, short people. Carried all through Genshin. It's gone, it's made its way over to the other games, even though I find Klee the most obnoxious. Then again, she's an annoying child character. Like, look, 6 years of having to listen to Paimon is enough to make someone hate the same thing. It's only like after a story or two, Paimon becomes tolerable to listen to. But I'll be right back. Be right back. Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff if you know about the lore of the various games. Because I'm also thinking, because Earman's Soul is similar to the Imaginatory, and HSR just introduced the Imaginatory, by the way. But then again, the Stellaron Hunters about obliterated it from orbit, so there's a reason.
Well, we tried to be as considerate as we could, but she's under no obligation to help.
Not really.
That might be true, but this is still a request from the pirate.
A subject? Well, if you ask me, I'd say we're all more like friends with the Archon. Yes, Mawika is our leader, but that doesn't mean there's any kind of tall barrier between. The only thing is that she often has very high expectations of us.
Huh. So even though she's super powerful, it sounds like she's actually pretty unlike that old hag Granny Eatstily, right? Does she think she can ignore us just because she's famous? You all talk about her like she's some kind of huge deal, but she didn't even bother to reply to our letter. Seriously, if she didn't want to come, she could at least let us know. If that's what aging does to you, Paimon never wants to get old.
Oh, really? So, that's how you see me?
Huh? Who's there? Who's talking next to Paimon?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just a disgruntled old hag, right? Come on, relax. I'm sure my bark's worse than my bite.
Huh? See, Lolly.
Wait, yours?
Yes, Granny Eatsley. But emphasis on Eatsley, not Granny. Ah, you must know this trope from light novels, surely. They use it all the time. The young man who's actually the oldest person in the room. The girl next door who turns out to be a seasoned veteran. The wise sage who looks like a little kid. Oh, wipe that look off your face! You've seriously never seen an older lady that doesn't look her age? Okay, well, don't go thinking it's a trick either. See? I'm barely wearing any makeup.
Again, her next to Yae Miko, in the lore for her, this actually goes back to Inazuma. She writes light novels, which is a can, I guess, if you read light novels or manga. Now, Sitlali is basically akin to the character in HSR on who? The Diviner. Almost character, but separate. The irony is she wears the tropes. Like, people. If anything, this game does fan service brilliantly. It's what characters that are loved are like. They know. She does it. It's like. Also, every special character has weird eyes.
Did I forget to mention? She's called Granny, but she's actually pretty young.
Mhm.
It was an honest mistake. I guess we've just gotten used to it.
I'm sorry. So,
What? How dare you? Don't you know it's rude to ask a lady her age?
Mhm.
Paimon really didn't mean to offend you. It's just that your case seems really unique. Oh, Paimon just wanted to apologize, but now she's putting more and more of her foot in her mouth. Really, Paimon just got a little mad since we thought, well, you were gonna leave us out to dry.
to invite you here, Seat Lolly. So if you're upset, you can just take it out on me.
All right. I was only joking. I didn't mean to chastise anyone. There's really no need to take all this so seriously. I received Kenichi's letter and was planning to attend this meeting. Since I had already decided to come, I figured there was no need to draft a reply that simply said, understood. Besides, just showing up is the most important part. No? But, of course, it's also natural for people to get held up by one thing or another as they're trying to leave the house. It certainly was a bit awkward to see that everyone else had arrived before me. At first, I was thinking of quietly sneaking over, but since you were already here waiting for me, I started to think about how I should phrase my apology, only to hear you all talking smack about me. Anyway, that's the whole story.
Huh? What's with that expression? Was she feeling embarrassed?
When the Masters of the Night Wind say they struggle dealing with her, I wonder if the feeling is mutual. She seems to be pretty awkward herself.
Anyway, Shilonen,
Correct. The situation isn't like anything we've handled before. Let me explain.
I see. So Mawika has asked you to forge an ancient name for an Outlander. Well, that would be a first. And you've also heard all about Auroron. I must say, he's always been a good kid. I can't see him joining the Fatui of his own volition.
Yeah, that's what we came here to ask you. We'll help bring Auroron back if you help us solve the problems of forging the ancient name. What do you think?
I suppose I'll just call you Traveler for now. Traveler, come here. Let me take a good look at you. Wealth leads to unending conflicts between people. Yet you alone transcend the value of gold. Baleful thunder and wrathful waves bring terror to mortal hearts. Yet, again and again, you've braved them to find new worlds. O weary yet free soul, even the most verdant leaf in the forest will pray for your happiness and safe passage.
This is an interesting thing because people have explored this later on. People who can actually see the future in Genshin. It's not like a gift of prophecy that goes wrong, kind of a thing. She can see through it to be more accurate. It gets explained later on about what the well, I hate the explanation of what the siblings are. It's kind of like in Division 2. They're going to drop what the hunters really are. The mystery, and then once that's the mystery that's solved, it screws up the entire mystery of it. In this game, the sibling that gets trapped in time isn't even recorded in Irminsul, but needs the Loam of Fate to break free of it. Because as a 5.0, we kind of knew about the Loam of Fate. And eventually they're able to break free, but they still work with the Abyss. That's the prince or princess of the Abyss. Technically, the Traveler doesn't have a Gnosis, but can interact with Irmin. Is not even recorded in Irminsul. The sibling isn't recorded in Irminsul. Because when they introduced the Cloud Realm, that's the actual opening of the game across the walkway, by the way. Here's the thing. She could see the thing about the Traveler. Because the journey starts getting recorded in Irvin Soul. But we are not bound to Tavon, which is a little bit different. Just as the sibling is not. It's weird that by this point, they never established the Traveler, what the Traveler really was. This is when they started. It was about 5.0. They were starting to reaffirm the stuff about the dissenters and what the Traveler really is. Because this isn't the first. Because Skirk, by the way, it's okay. Technically, any outside beings that visit Tavot are dissenters. But the Traveler is not considered a dissenter, nor is the sibling considered a dissenter. Which I foresee them screwing up 3 years, at least 2 to 3 years down the line when they have to explain it. Because one of the things that I did stream it was bedtime story. Bedtime was the first time in almost 2 years, okay, a long period, at least a period, I think it was like 2 years, you saw your sibling. But you can't be in the same place as the sibling. Because it's translated that at the time you arrive in Tavon, it's been 500 years. And then the Nod Cry revelation of the spaceship. Look, there's going to have to be a good explanation of the spaceship. Like I entirely that. Oh boy, but even though this isn't connected to HSR, about it being whatever, but like HSR is like something of space and space travel and planets. Because the special outfit that you get it's hinted that there's a mystery, and it's something I wish MiHoYo kinda didn't do. I'm gonna get this tribe out of my system now. Is they say the siblings are immortal beings from outside of Tavon. They were made on Tavon, but when the Abyss thing happened, they fled, they went to other planets. Because Skirk is from an alien planet. But she is an outlander to Tavon, but she is not seen as a descendant. She's an outlander. That was part of Skirk's kit. That's part of the Traveler's kit. That everyone has nicely skipped over Skirk's look. Also, they forget Skirk literally drop-kicked a whale into a port. Which is... There's something about that they kind of forgot.
Those are all the things that I could see in you. You've experienced far more than even most mortals could dream of. You possess the heart of a sincere hero, along with the conviction to lift a torch above your head and walk headlong into the night. Huh? Don't move. There's something here.
Huh? What's
do it. You've just returned from the Night Kingdom, so some fragments of souls were still stuck to your body. No need to worry. I've just cleared out the last of them.
Isn't that kinda like having part of a ghost come back with you?
It's nothing as serious as that. If left unattended, the most it could do is stir up some chaos in your mind, and generally worsen your mood.
Well, in that case, better to get rid of them.
She's basically like a shaman. Which, I mean, character-wise, it comes through, like, in her when you play with her. Because the thing is, once you obtain a character, you can just level them up, you learn their stories. It's like, if you really get bored, you can actually do the stories for all the characters.
It was nothing. Shilonen, let's follow your proposal. Once you've brought Auroron back, I'll take you to see the Lord of the Night.
The Lord of the Night? But don't we need to talk to the Wyab of the tribes?
Something this important is beyond their jurisdiction. Only the Lord of the Night can decide whether we can grant an ancient name to one who does not hail from our lands. The Lord of the Night is an ancient entity that rules over the entire Night Kingdom, constantly borrowing the power of the sacred flame to combat corruption.
Oh, so you're basically saying it's even more powerful than the Wyab of the tribes.
Not exactly. It's not so much that one. Just listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. The Lord of the Night is currently in a deep slumber, and we can only communicate with its consciousness while in a trance. In other words, but I will need to prepare a few more things if we are.
I can go. It'll probably be a long list, so.
Sounds good. Then we'll go with.
Phew, the Fatui are nothing to scoff at.
Yep, we'll be sure to play.
I'm sure I'm about to get my teeth kicked in by half of them.
All right, now it's time for us to catch that brat and bring him back. Oh, I'm sorry I made you wait earlier. It was actually because I decided to swing by Auroron's place to look for clues. He has always lived alone, and I found a broken jar in his house. There was also something off about his phlogiston aphids, which I assume is because their keeper has been gone for quite some time. And interestingly enough, I saw some slash marks in the house that did not match any of our local weapons.
Oh, sounds like the Fatui broke into his house.
But why would they kidnap a kid who just spends his days living in the country and raising aphids? That's not to say that I believe he's totally innocent, of course, since he's the only one who was kidnapped out of everyone in Natlan. In any case, we'll get to the bottom of this. I'm truly sorry to.
You can count on us.
All right, then let's start by.
Look, you only get an introduction once to a character. Only once. Oh, how badly did I fuck my game up, though? I get to find out. I get to find out. I really do. Man. I haven't done a lot of these puzzles. Damn it, I forgot you can't fucking plunge.
Watch out! Let's finish this fast. Let the mountain's veins boil!
I kind of fucked my story up. That's not good. Look, playing at this level is gonna impede progress. This is like in Diablo 4, allowing getting up too high in a tier. The next thing you know, you can't deal damage. Where I currently am at. That's so much more difficult. I'm kind of glad I optimized at least a section of this team, but it is still pretty screwed up. It's optimized, but not. It's below, isn't it? It is below. What's this? This may not be the route that you need to go. Bear in mind, I have a lot of stuff that I haven't done. So, a lot of this is... So, if I accidentally step on a quest normally, it's probably not accident. It's probably purely accidental. I wish I kind of knew where they all triggered at some point. Because I'm not in Teva right now. Actually only be able to progress a little bit today. So I know any boss fights are going to be pure shit. It'll be pure hell. Because I've been too lazy to level stuff up.
This is the spot. An eyewitness claimed. I don't know how much you're willing to believe me, but
No, I don't believe he's that bad.
involved with the Fatui. I'm convinced that what the witnesses saw was actually the. However, I doubt any.
Didn't Kaleech say that she's a big name in Natlan? Feels
at the side of the road as an infant. And the people of the tribe took. He learned a lot from us. And once he reached adulthood, he built himself a house out in the countryside. He spends most of his days growing vegetables and raising aphids. Oh well, let's keep looking. He's been raising phlogiston aphids for a. Let's follow the phlogiston.
Huh? What trail?
Oh, right. I forgot your. Here. Huh? How about now?
What do you see?
She grants us basically elemental sight.
Whoa,
That's right. I used a spell.
wow, you can even share your senses with
It requires a. When I held your hand just now, I could sense that you've got a great affinity for phlogiston. Anyway, we'll need to use our.
over here, this way! See, Lolly might say a lot of deep and confusing stuff, but this spell of hers is really something.
What was that?
Oh, Paimon was just complimenting you. Really.
Watch this!
Let me praise names echo!
Suffer the wrath of Eastleaf!
Full throttle! Light of the blazing sun!
Stupid ideas I do periodically should not be done. Yeah. So out of curiosity, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna need resources. Great, I wanted to clean myself up temporarily. Jesus. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I allow myself to get BTFO'd enough, I might actually. Everything's gonna be highly dangerous, by the way. Harriet!
What does she mean by deep and confusing? As far as elderly shamans go, I'd say that I'm already pretty easy to talk to. Is there any other old hag who's as fluent in the language of the youth as me?
Yeah, this is the Ayakami Sato quest all over again.
But is my way of speaking still not trendy enough? I've already tried my best to match their speech patterns, but given the looks on their faces just now. Or perhaps I'm still not fashionable enough? But that can't be, right? Ugh. Don't tell me they're still getting the impression that I.
Huh? Was that Seat Lolly's voice?
Now that I think about it, it's a good thing I found some helpers this time. Some things are best done with the help of friends. Oh? They appear to be feeling quite confident. Looks like our work will go smoothly.
That is exactly. So when I said she was coded to be,
There's a new camp over there.
Let's go take a look.
She was coded.
Yep. Judging by Pyron's experience as a guide, it definitely looks like people set up camp here.
See, here's the thing. When I said she was coded to like the traveler, like by some predestination, because that is the one thing about Ayaka Kamisato's story. Because what is one of the best themes in Inazuma? People will say Inazuma, like, I guess if you don't think of it when you think of that, Raiden Shogun's really the first archon you meet that treats yourself as a god, which begs the question. But Ayaka Kamisato, why she got endeared is she actually sees, because she heard about the traveler, fell in love with the traveler, then she gets rejected at like a festival. There's a very good story in there. It sticks with you because it's a really well coded story. It's very the whole this they do sit Lolly the same way. They did Yeshuk Wong the same way in ZZZ. Like Columbina, I'm assuming is supposed to be the same way. Because, like, she trusts the traveler, apparently, but I'll have to see how if it plays out the same way. But with Sit Lolly, basically, he it's genuine. Like, it's an outward projection. Like, I mean, again, it's more of a reason she's more one of my favorite characters from that book. She's not atrocious, good design, good playability, aesthetics. Oh, and she's not an obnoxious character. See, there's a reason I don't use Bennett. There's a lot of characters. I've had a C6 Bennett for a very long time. I refuse to use it. Look, if I hate a character, I never use it. She herself has that. Then again, it's like I like Ayaka Kamisato too, like aesthetic wise, but story wise, she's endeared to you. When they do this in their games, you're either going to like them or you're going to find them the most overly obnoxious. It's like currently in ZZZ. They bill you to like Norma. They give you Norma to play through the 3.0 story. But I'm sorry. Norma is a no. Norma is an obnoxious brat. 10 times more annoying. She has no redeeming qualities. Which is very weird that she has none. This is why the characters side by sides are good. And it's not the introduction you would think.
Wait. The phlogiston here is a bit. Let me see.
Paimon sees a small shape here. Could it be?
This is a distress signal for the Masters of the Night Wind. Only someone from our tribe would recognize it. So we've got. Leaving such a subtle mark implies that he was trying to be discreet. In other words, he was probably. If they notice us, we can just charge in and fight them to the death. But what if my darling grandson is also there? I can't have him caught in the crossfire. No, I've got to be careful. Otherwise, he'd get hit as well. How annoying. No, I've got to stay calm and keep my composure.
Look, it's the very anime and manga centric thought pattern. Sounds weird. I'm like, fine. By the way, them joking and saying I don't go to Cimarron much. You can really tell. By the way, that's pretty hard to get, by the way, some of these. So you have to go to the desert and knock over the tumbleweeds. You have to go over there and do that. So a lot of the recipes I haven't completed are in that part of the world. Kind of like the annoying mental block. Looking for something, really? Yeah, there's a way to get that. There's nothing that can ever be solved by going to a high mountain and gliding down. Okay? Nothing. I'm basically gonna forget that's there, so I go collect it.
Take me up.
Yeah, that's supposed to be an aphid nearby. And it's not nearby. go fuck yourself, son. Hmm. But they don't have the aphid. I think it's the aphids. That's a little green dinosaur looking things with tongues.
Wait a second. The phlogiston around here is jumbled up. I can also smell a mix of elements in the air.
Kanich told us that you were super amazing. No wonder you can sense so many more things that.
It's about time that little brat said something nice about me. There are some judging from what's left on the scene.
Do you still remember the little mark we found before? Paimon's thinking, what if
Given there are two signals leading from here, we should split. I'll take this direction. Roron, what the heck were you doing? It's one thing to trouble me, but now I had to bring other people into this as well. You little brat.
And Traveler, did you hear all of that as well? Once Lolly left, that voice went away as well. Paimon even tried calling her name inside Paimon. So you were thinking the same thing. Paimon also, she did say that she was quite adept. If you think about it. Paimon sees some traces here. Let's follow them and see if we can find anything up ahead.
All this is elemental vision. That's all it is.
Did you find something? Huh. So we can't. That's weird. The phlogiston trail suddenly stops. But it can't have just evaporated into thin air.
So, you can hear the sounds of the wind from beneath the earth.
This character.
I'm very sorry, but please do not move. I have no desire to hurt you.
I hate emo characters. The problem is this character is not the greatest. Good aesthetic design, shit design as a character. But how do I like flames and I hate this one? Not sure how.
I apologize that our first meeting has to take place like this. It's just that you're much like one of those animals with ears that perk up as soon as it senses danger in their environment. And given your combat proficiency, I would not have been able to gain an advantage over you if you were anywhere else in the world. However, you're now in the Night Kingdom, a familiar domain to the masters of the night. Hello, traveler. I'm Auroron, the one you've been searching for. family's custody. I see. So even Granny has told you that I was coerced by the Fatui. I'm afraid you've been brought here by a lie, like a false omen in the lingering smoke. My friend and I only left those traces to lure you here. Deceiving you was never our true intent, however. It was simply the fastest and most feasible way for us to set up a meeting.
Greetings, traveler from afar.
See, there's a story. This is the story of Capitano. Capitano, there was a bait and switch.
Be careful with this traveler. Her soul is temporarily restrained by us, and it appears to have become more fragile in the process. It's taking all my
It was I who tasked Auroron with leaving the traces to lead you here, and I who used the Master's ritual to bring your soul to the Night Kingdom.
See, he has a link to Natlan. Irony. Well, the idea, and I think it proven not to be true, that he is like the brother of her, the brother of Mobica.
I've heard much about you from the past encounters you've had with my colleagues. Given the present situation in Natlan, I would like to sincerely I will use the opportunity to explain my goals and motivations to you, as well as why I mistrust Malwika, the Pyro Archon. I believe if you would like to hear our intel, then find us to the east of the stadium.
You will see me again once you return to reality. No matter what I say, please, help me keep this a secret. This is all to avoid dragging Granny into this conflict.
Like he has a bigger, like he has a bigger goal in mind. Because I want to see how they execute it, even though I know how he executes it. It's still stupid.
Hey, what happened just now? You suddenly.
Hey, why are you sitting on the.
See, Folly! She froze for a.
Could it have been those leftover remnants from the Night Kingdom? Do you have any itches or pain anywhere? Don't worry. We can take a short break. Sorry, I know I asked for your help. But had I known you were feeling unwell, I wouldn't have taken you on this trip with.
If you're feeling sick, you should just.
A seasoned traveler must know the importance of. In any case.
Well, me lying to her is the key.
Need to be more careful.
Feeling better yet, Trev?
All right, I followed my phlogiston trail earlier to a stronghold guard.
Oh, so it's close by. Then let's head over.
Well, I recruited you to be my. But if you want to make it up to me.
Okay, there's one.
Look over there.
I mean, granted, these guys are going to be sponges from hell. Now, they're going to be spongier than a motherfucker. Ah,
Paimon thinks she sees someone in the middle of.
That's Auroron.
All right, we'll take the lead.
Hey, quit daydreaming. Don't you have work to do?
I cannot see.
What?
Without the sun, I cannot see the truth. You are currently blocking the light, so I'm.
Huh? Okay, Mr. Philosopher.
See, this is why I say Tui are not to be trusted in any capacity. They like to take people. Well, there's a reason. His aesthetics are actually good. I need to go fix in the kitchen a second. Higher difficulty is just gonna make my life more difficult. Temporarily. Unless I get about close to 3 more billion and I could prop with a bunch of resources I can level.
I'm going to.
See, Lolly's struggling to control her.
Are you ready? On my count. Still trying to resist? You've got no idea who you're up against. Light it up! Full throttle!
Lolly, he's Papa.
Get him! Yep! Wrath from the sky!
Heaven is so deep.
And these are annoying to fight on a good day.
Light of the blazing sun! How dare you! Rise with the sun! Rev the engine!
There's a big difference in like when you levels.
Fulfill our pact!
Like if you're about 80, yeah, you can fight these in a timely manner. But what makes up for it is an entirely separate thing.
Letting brave names echo! Burn it down! Wrath from the skies!
Hold the line. Billowing surge.
Get to work!
Lolly, he's Papa.
Light it up! Let the mountain's veins boil!
See, there's a reason this became one of my most trusted lineups ever.
Blazing sun! Show no mercy! You two! Time to end them!
I'm gonna have to get the difficulty lower, and I can't do it until later on. And I'm really hesitant to die. I just want to be quick clear.
she's called Granny Eats Sleep, but it's still kind of weird.
And greetings to you too, other Granny.
What did you just...
Granny. Is that not right? You are Granny's friend.
How many times have I told you? It does.
Wait. He's not a child, is he?
To be honest, you are about 500 years old, if not older. Kind of basically been traversing planets.
Your words have pierced my heart like a thorn vine. Given how hard those thorns are to remove, I may just need to find a pair of tweezers.
Why are you so upset?
Of course I'm not a child. It's just Granny always taught me to show gratitude where it's due. And since the Masters of the Night Wind raised me collectively... Exactly.
But if you keep that up, then everyone's going to be your senior.
And do you think saying all of this is gonna save you from a... Haven't I told you 100 times since you were a kid? Heed the 3 warnings.
Be wary of beasts prowling around, scammers looking for their next victim, and strange people.
Oh, so you do remember, and you just chose to ignore them. I always knew that living on your own was going to get you into trouble sooner or later. But you won't always be able to rely on other people coming to your rescue, you know.
I'm sorry, Granny. I'll be more careful next time.
Next time? Oh, good one. You think there'll be a next time They didn't hurt you.
No, they just asked me a lot of questions about Natlan's terrain and made me draw a map of the ley line distribution.
Okay, now answer me honestly. Were you the one who helped the captain escape after his battle with the Pyro Archon?
Yes.
So why did you do it?
Because they said they would need my help from there on out. They also said that if I refused, they'd just come to you, Granny, and they'd already figured out a way to make you do their bidding.
Hey, I'm no ordinary Granny. Would they really dare to come after me? And you! Did the gods give you a brain just for you to not use it? Did you really believe everything they said at face value? Thankfully, the Pyro Archon only asked that we find the mysterious individual from the Masters of the Night Wind, and didn't slap your name on a wanted poster. Don't think for a second that she doesn't know what's happening. Even if the truth that you see will soon manifest into reality, there is still no need to preemptively panic. Have you forgotten the words?
I'm sorry.
Forget it. We can submit the details of this camp and the defeated Fatui as evidence. Let's clean this place up and get back to the city. Auroron, you better remember this lesson well and seriously reflect on your actions. Also...
Sounds good. Should I bring some of my homegrown vegetables as well? Yes, I grow a lot of fresh produce in my garden. I hope the pyro...
Now's not the time to be thinking about that.
Recite the 3 warnings.
Huh? No! You should emphasize that you were not in cahoots with the Fatui!
How exactly did the Masters raise this guy?
Oh, right.
You can always tell the characters. Character's 10 times more annoying than anything. The character is... Ugh. Some characters are worse by the time you see them up close. Kenichi is now tolerable. Auroron is basically a dumbass. I stand by my decision never to use him.
I see. So Auroron came to the captain's rescue because he promised to help him in exchange for Lali's safety.
Yeah.
That's right.
Now that you know Auroron was only trying to protect another member of his tribe, could I ask you...
We'll give her a full report.
Will I need...
Technically, yes. But if Miss Lali is willing to serve as your guarantor, then we can release you from custody.
Sure. I'd be happy
Sadly, he isn't the.
I don't have any more time to
There's a
waste.
character far
I
worse
still
and
have
more
other
annoying than
things to
him.
do.
Understood. Thank you very much.
I understand. Thank you. And thank you too, Granny.
Oh God, they really went out of their way. See, he wants to be an A. Look, I get it. He's kind of like Haxor Bunny, but not quite. Which is a Bronya variant.
Traveler, Paimon, thank you. Once Auroron is settled, I'll go talk to Shilonen and get started on.
Oh, thank you.
You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Come with me, Auroron. We've got a.
Goodbye, other Granny.
We're finally done. All right, it's time to find some grub. Huh? What? The captain? Sorry. Oh, that Auroron. What is he up to? All that stuff about protecting Seat Lolly and be. Yeah, you're. Still, Paimon appreciates you. We still have another whole day before the meeting, so we'll just meet with.
Yes, the retardation starts now. Which I kind of figured. Okay? I said this the other day. It starts with 3. Like, it starts around 3. That's the thing. It starts around. See, if 5.0 was good, but quirky, 5.1 and then 5.2 is a separate story. The moment you get into 5.3, 5.3 is probably still utterly atrocious. See, there's that mid part of a story. It starts around usually. It takes them about 4 chapters before they get into a major archon event. So it's about 3, sometimes 3 to 4. Everything starts pacing together. So.
Weird. Paimon doesn't see anyone. What was that?
Good evening. Nice to see you again.
It's you. You shouldn't.
I'm terribly sorry. It's just a force of habit.
And what's with you apologizing all the time? You sound so
You're right. Granny tells me that too. Huh. Come to think of it, you remind me of her. Sometimes you two sound really similar, you know.
Oh, so you're gonna call Paimon
Well, I could. Hmm. It's all clear. Over to you.
Excellent. The fact that you showed up proves that I was right about your character. Yet, there's been a lot of talk about you. Child told me that you're passionate about the unknown and willing to take risks. Rather than facing you as an enemy, I would much prefer to bring you to my side.
By the way, at this time, it was very much established that the pecking order of the Fatui, because he was number 2, Columbina was number 3.
If we allow the current state of things to continue, we will inevitably clash. And that's a scenario that Though you have crossed swords with my colleagues many times, I know that you are by no means an unreasonable person. And once you've learned the truth that the Pyro Archon Malwika would never willingly share with you, you may just find it in your heart to consider my proposal.
I assume you've already been informed of the Pyro Archon's plan. In order to defeat the Abyss and save Natlan, she still needs 2 more heroes to appear.
Wait, how did you know that? Never mind. Guess that's...
I've long kept a close eye on her plan. To be frank, it's an exceedingly risky plan. Will the heroes really appear? And even if they come to her, will their power be enough to drive the Abyss back? If any part of the plan goes awry, all of Natlan, even all of Teyvat, will pay for her mistakes. Now, you may have been led to believe that this is the only plan available to her.
An emergency plan?
Yes, a way to keep Natlan intact, even if her original plan fails. But given the painful cost of its execution, she has chosen. Whether this stems from hesitation, fear, or even naivete, I cannot. My fear is that given the enormity of the decision, she will be reluctant to confront the dire reality we face until it is too. We have to make the decision for her.
Yeah, do you have any evidence for all this? Just telling us a bunch of scary... Besides, wasn't it you who tried to seize the Gnosis for the Tsaritsa's plan?
I knew you to be clever enough to see. That's right. I did not seek the Gnosis for the Tsaritsa. Since I was defeated in battle, I must put to rest my thoughts about the Gnosis. But even so, my desire to save Natlan remains. And now, I have found a new way to solve the crisis.
Someone's here.
Huh? The captain disappeared!
Something is rapidly approaching. Oh no.
Something? Bad news, chump. It's your granny.
See, Lolly?
I knew something was amiss after we were separated. Hidden ceremonial tools, an unconscious traveler. I must say, I'm very curious about what you're up to. How dare you go behind our backs like this, Auroron? Colluding with the Fatui? Really? Oh, here we go again. Cat got your tongue, huh? You really think you can avoid it?
I'm not trying to avoid anything.
Oh, and now you're talking back. Well, go on then. Explain yourself. What the heck are you up to?
I'm sorry, Granny. I feel so guilty.
You! That's it! Where are my tools? I swear if I don't teach you a lesson right...
Wait, see, Lolly! Please, calm down. We, still learned a lot of info, didn't we? Like the fact that the captain isn't trying... So, maybe just save the scolding for later, okay?
Listen well, Auroron. You're only getting out of this now because of the Traveler's plea. You're right, Traveler. Let's go.
I mean, if you take into account the captain doesn't have a body, by not having a body, he's basically a spirit, which is the #1 clue for a long time. There's a whole theory to that. That was confirmed.
In all my years, I've never had a child cause me so much grief. You serious? Why did you help the No answer? Think... Really? Just use your brain for a second. What do you possibly stand to get? You've always been a good kid. Why would you
I'm sorry that you have to hear all this. You're very kind. Most people would have fled by now. Not everyone can handle Granny's scolding.
Oh? You
As a character, she can be melodramatic. She's borderline vain for attention.
Who's Eva? A delivery person?
That's irrelevant. The point is, he hangs out with this kid, so he must be no good. You kids get to a certain age and suddenly act like you know it all. There's nothing I can say to get through to you.
What's funny is I do give her the anime poses. Down to the eyes. Whether it's the intention or not, it's that's why I said she's excellent character design. You see the pose when you see the animation, but then again, it's also one thing to see the story.
Auroron, if you're still thinking about that so-called duty, then please, just forget about it. The ley lines did not fall to this state because of you. And we've long closed the book on that incident.
Hopefully.
Seems they've started talking about some kind of tribal history.
That's not it, Granny. I know you tend to get down on yourself when you're upset, but I can tell I really hurt you this time. All I can say is I'm sorry.
His voice. Auroron! Where have you gone?
It sounds like he's somewhere super far away, but isn't he right here in front?
I'm really sorry. It's up to all of us to do everything we can to save Natlan. So I've got to go.
Get back here this instant!
What the fuck was that?
Auroron! What is this?
What just happened? How was he able to settle?
It's a trick of his. If you grind spores into a powder and spray it in the air, it can be manipulated to create an illusion. He pulled it off flawlessly. He must have put a lot of time into perfecting it. Don't tell me that's how he's been hunting in the fields these days. Little brat. That's it. The next time we...
Whoa, that's a little
I'm sorry for interrupt. Auroron probably did everything he could to get away because he knew I'd get the truth out of him. We've got quite a long walk.
See, 3 is a very key part of the story.
Rise with the sun!
Do you two have some time? Feeling hungry? How about we get something to eat?
All right.
Then let's go. We can find...
Really? You're not gonna take... that's... she's right. We're seas...
Hey, come on.
Are you sure? We can save you some...
Mora is the least of my concerns.
Sure, that's...
Don't worry.
I need to enjoy it because the part in the story they don't fully explain, but a lot of this is yeah. See, I will never get used to this. I'm in Natlan, but I am never in the underground of Natlan. It's the best way I can explain it. Because I'm not in the... Because there's a big difference of being in the underground of Natlan, unless you have a thing over here. Exploring Natlan's an entirely different fact. And she's much of an avid drinker, too. Like, she's a very adult character for the game itself. Like, actively drinks a lot. It's not even a secret in the lore. Like, it's in her lore and everywhere. But she hasn't even an animation she's half drunk half the some of the times. Yep. But it's implied the traveler is very young, has the appearance of a teenager, which the world treats as that. So she never drinks. So the joke is always she drinks milk or apple juice, which is very true, by the way. Then again, on the other hand, you get Ollie, who basically is a full blown drunk. More goes more than implied.
Do you see two people standing by the door? They look like spitting images of
Paimon only sees.
Huh? How could that be? I guess my mom.
Do you think she's drunk?
There you go, miss. Oh, my.
Oh, so you've heard him?
Of course I have. Aren't you the ones who saved Kachina and brought.
Wait, so you.
Well, given our ages, it'd probably be more accurate for me to call her my great-great-granny. She's one of the most. Huh? Gossiping of. Oh, please, Granny. I wouldn't dare. I'm just beyond happy to see you bring over some new friends. After. All right, that's enough. Go on now. I'm sure the other customers would like to talk to you as well.
See Lally? See Lally?
Who's that? You got some gall calling me by my first name. Let me guess. You want to test your skills against. You chumps. Come on.
Meaning see Lally?
Exactly. And while we're at it, I'm not some lazy slacker either. Between meditation, advising the chief, and speaking with the Wyab, I actually have a pretty packed schedule, you know.
You would actually think this is just intentionally stupid. But I know why they did it. I can see why there's the memes of her. The look, the fact alone, the fact if you know actually about actual anime and manga culture makes 100%. It's a deep cut lore, including the other. The fact they actually do it, that she does the drunk like, it's not even like I call it a chibi pose, but it's like a specific way it looks like this. She does it when she's drunk, basically.
And I have to mentor all the new kids. Hey, new kid. Yeah, you. Don't play dumb. Didn't I teach you how to find phlogiston? That's more like it. About dang time someone showed me a little respect. Yeah, Granny's a hard.
Did she just fall asleep?
Behind this pitch black curtain, a chapter of hatred reveals itself. Behind the smoke, the lingering smoke. She's meditating again. She does this whenever she's had a few too many drinks. Her mind's actually racing at this point. It's quite the opposite.
Is this another specialty of the master?
No, I'd say
You know they have a new outfit for her that I look. New They have a new outfit for her for this probably one that probably comes from this line. Yet I really think it looks entirely terrible. And that is part of the special outfit for her now. It looks very anime cliche, and when I saw it, I was cringed. Like, I have cringe. Look, it's cringe. Now I know where that outfit comes from. It's of her basically. It's of her basically floating. I disavow it. They have a special outfit for. It's like some of the special outfits are like halfway decent. Alright? Some are halfway good, some are bad. Yeah. Nah. This is too weeb cringe, even by my own nature. Alright? That's too cringe, even for me. This. I don't like it. There's part of it that's. Like, you can get a level of it that is definitely a. That's cringe. And I look, I know some dev knows that's the outfit that's going to make them money. Because realistically, Lolly's very popular. Very. That is not any kind of outfit that I would expect to see in this game. Somewhere to a degree of. I shouldn't be picking up quests if I do it. In case I actually do fuck up my area that I need to go to. Uh, oh, so It's outside the city, isn't it? I've never liked traversing this area. Ugh. See, traversing this area is always pure hell by my standards.
Well, great view, right? I love coming here by myself.
Wow, it's beautiful!
You're mi-
Oh no, what did we do?
I was an expression, okay? A figure of speech. I'm just. Let's just have a casual conversation.
Really? You don't seem like the kind of person who keeps things casual.
See, this plays out very similar to the Ayaka Kamisato story, but it's also the character's independent because it's Sitlali. She does the outward appearance she's cranky, but she really isn't. It is the obnoxious anime trope, you know. Look, if March 7th's alter ego in HSR was a yandere, so see, some people say this or not a problem is bad in this game. I want people to understand. ZZZ has a Dami Mommy fetish. I would be denying that if it was never ever the case. It's the same reason people love uh, blanking your name right now. Fox Girl. ZZZ. Yeah. The May over there. She she's not cold. She's cold outwardly. But there's a collection of personality types based on anime and manga in that game too. But the only one that acts actually as a waifu character to the main character is Ye Wang. But it's done in the touching, meaningful way. This game has had Ayaka Kamisato, her, and apparently Columbina. It's hinted at. But Columbina is the odd one of the bunch.
Well, I guess I used to be more of a stickler for the rules. And you're right. I don't usually open up to the people of my tribe like this. I'm just an eccentric old hag to them. That story's been passed down so long. It might have.
You're just a regular person.
The kids of my tribe would have a heart attack if they heard you say that. Granny Eats Flea is a powerful figure. I'd say.
Well, you are
Some are. Others are mad I always come out on top. A few decades like that, and people stop knowing how to deal with you.
I mean, the thing is, Natlan's a very tribal society. That's actually the unique structure of Natlan. Because if Inazuma was bad because it's too much Japanese feudal lordish, ruled over by the shogun style, very different. Simiru is a whole clusterfuck. Fontaine, they view the person, the archon, as a god till they find out, well, she is, but she isn't. So this area is more everybody is a. It's like a tribalistic society where they all depend on one group. That's actually why the aesthetic of Natlan is so much better. Like this is probably the best area since Inazuma. I mean, Fontaine has some adorable nature of it, but Fontaine, you don't. Some people like the aesthetics of it. I don't see it. But then again, every person has their favorite area. Like, to be honest, I like the cloud region. But it's probably more because it's like Natlan has a very good culture side. But it's not like you learn about every section of the culture, which is weird. Like Nodcry has a beautiful landscape, but its society is it's missing. I'm not connected to it. I mean, maybe the story will be different, but Nodcry's very beautiful landscapes, but the cities and the people don't have any aesthetic ambient charm. I think it's like one part of it. Natlan's the total package. And I mean, I know Nodcry doesn't get better.
What about you?
We don't find you scary at all.
That's because you're not from my tribe. You don't know how many delusions of grandeur I've destroyed just by I make people realize that no matter how hard they work, they'll never become a living legend like me. Oh, not to brag or anything. Maybe it's hard to believe. Just pretend I never said anything.
We believe you. Shilonen has full faith in your abilities, and Auroran didn't seem scared of you. He thinks of you as his granny, right?
Yes, but Auroran's a special case. Mawika already told you about her plan, and you've given so much help to Auroran and me. Auroran's not like other people. As I mentioned, he was abandoned as a child. The reason being, his soul is incomplete. The Masters of the Nightwind view this as a bad omen, capable of bringing about illness and misfortune. No one knows who his parents were. He was just left on a rock in the wilderness. The Masters of the Nightwind believe they can see human souls, and in Auroran's incomplete soul, they saw a possibility for Natlan. A possibility to turn Auroran into a vessel for lost souls. The ceremony would allow lost souls to gather within him. Auroran would then be sent to the Night Kingdom to return the souls to their rightful place, strengthening the ley lines and completing the ceremony.
Wait, that doesn't sound right.
Now you see the problem. When damage occurs to the Night Kingdom, the souls held within disperse and remain adrift. The ceremony can send back countless souls at once, which would benefit the Night Kingdom and the souls themselves. Of course, the vessel, Auroran, would be sacrificed in the process. I wasn't surprised the chief at the time came up with the plan. The ley lines were already in a terrible state. A suitable candidate for the ceremony appears, and now you have the chance to make things better. Of course you're going to take it.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. I joke that this area is based on the Mexican American and area, it's like Mesoamerica, Southwest mixed with Central America, little Mayans and Aztecs. Oh boy, human sacrifice, right? That's see, they hint at it. He's meant to be fully sacrificed. Look, that does not make me love the character more. But that's what I mean. They imply there's a darker nature to the world. ZZZ did this, but they eventually wound up started killing people. That's kind of the point. You can only subtly hint at stuff, then people have to start dying. Like his tribe was called the sacrifice, and was a human sacrifice. But to be fair, to be totally honest, okay, the Aztecs, when even the Spaniards found them, were sacrificing their captives and throwing them down pyramids. All right? But they actually honestly believed if you didn't do human sacrifices, the sun wouldn't come up. Which sounds really weird. I mean, very dark side ritualistic society. I wouldn't change it that they imply that in this lore too.
When the chief asked for my opinion, I didn't give my approval, but I didn't object either. So they went ahead with the ceremony. It failed, and Auroron escaped with his life. Pathetic, isn't it? By not objecting, I basically gave them the go-ahead. Maybe they didn't have my explicit approval, but it's not like I did the right thing. Of course, in my tribe, death is rarely something to fear. But what kind of message would we be sending by sentencing a newborn to death? By using a human life as a tool? It's not right. So, when I learned the ceremony had failed, the plan was never a secret. Or, I guess I should say, there was no point to keeping it. Everyone thought he would be happy he survived. And he never really said anything to the contrary. But just as I was about to put all of it behind me, he asks this question. Would Natlan have been saved if the ceremony succeeded?
Wait! What?
He knows that, but he still feels guilty. Auroron has a strong ability to perceive souls, more than any of us. Maybe he chose to work with the Fatui because he still thinks he owes a debt to Natlan.
Traveler, didn't the captain say he found a way to solve the crisis? Anyway, we can't just let things go on like this. We have to convince him. You don't look so good, Sweet Lolly.
Probably drank too much. Boogie! Forget that. I need to go home. You've helped me so.
Hey, we're friends, aren't we?
Good point. Well, friends. I like the sound of that.
Auroran's probably back with the captain, don't you think? You mean about the backup plan? Do you really believe what the captain told us? Yeah, you're right. noisy outside. I would still have to sleep. Well, guess we should see what's going on.
You're already here. I was just about to come get you.
Wow, you're up early.
Let's not bring up last night. I'm embarrassed about the whole thing. Anyway, I was also woken up by the commotion. Looks like all the warriors from the stadium are on the move. I heard many areas have been attacked by the Abyss, including the Masters of the Nightwind.
The Abyss attacked again? Are you sure you can?
I'll be fine. The stadium could always use more manpower. I'm done making I was the one who vouched for him, so I need to report back to the speaker's chamber. But I should be able to convince them to let me go back to my As for the ancient name, once we handle this crisis, I'll talk to thank you.
She left in a hurry. Looks like a
Well, that escalated quickly. Well, when I mean the story is good, then you get to the point it's clusterfucky. I fully anticipated the clusterfuck to start in 3, actually. Not intentional, because I know how this game goes. Like, I know well enough when a story is going south, and there's a lot of really, look, as much as I praise Natlan, you start to see the flaws. It's not good.
traveler over here.
Perfect.
Our star outlander has appeared. Oh, you're all here! But just my way of saying how awesome you are. Alright, but can we get a quick
Okay.
Abyss suddenly attacked the collective of
Yes, and the attacks are increasing in.
The tribes have plenty of defenses. Chaska and I have been searching.
I plan on heading back to the collective of. What about you, Mulalani? Where are you gonna go? I'll go help the children of Echoes. What about you guys? We could go together.
Fucking ear. Still down my ear. I'm getting over that.
Yeah, that does sound important. Who knows? Maybe yours truly will have the Abyss on the. That would be pretty great, actually. It'll be fine. Your tribe doesn't do all that body building.
Let's part ways here for now. And most importantly,
Oh, and
Koichi, do we really have to do this now?
Yeah.
It's alright. She's just looking at. Alright, let's hurry up and talk to the.
Oh, it's you two. As you can see, things are not looking good right now. Look, I'm very interested in your recent adventures, but this is not a good time. So we'll have to keep our conversation.
That's alright. We're also in a hurry. We're gonna go help the children of Echoes after this.
What?
Oh boy. There's a part to this.
So he thinks my plan is too risky. He thinks I'm being stubborn.
This is what I want to see. Look, I have a theory that they abandoned about Capitano. Because Capitano had a connection to Natlan. And it would make absolute sense that he would sacrifice himself. But he has to. It's all how they lay it out. Because I still say it's stupid. Because if her plan was, if all else failed, to sacrifice herself, that would be the trick.
I shouldn't underestimate the Fatui's ability to gather intelligence. The Gnosis does have that function. But I will answer you honestly, but you must help me keep this a secret. I can use the power of the Gnosis to save Natlan, but it comes at a heavy price.
Go. Now you get to the core crux of it.
The Gnosis would drain all the souls and memories from the Night Kingdom and weave them into a giant net, which would surround the ley lines and protect them against abyssal corrosion.
Wait, you can use souls to weave a net?
Yes. It means sacrificing those souls in the process. Souls are just another form of life. The cruelty of this method is self-evident. The Night Kingdom not only houses the souls of the dead, but also our memories and legends. Using the Gnosis means converting all three into material for the net, erasing our... Even then, the net can still become corroded. If we cannot find a way to repair the damaged ley lines before that happens, given the enormity of the price, it's a solution I refuse to consider right now. I want us to win, but I also care about how we win. And what... Now it's true. Both plans come at a risk. But after weighing our options, this is our best bet. Natlan is unique among the nations of Teyvat. Given the ever-looming threat of the Abyss, the Pyro-Archons had to account for the worst-case scenario. Having a contingency plan is our duty. Still, this has always been a well-kept secret. I'm very curious how the captain learned this information.
Oh, one more thing? The captain said he found another way.
Without the Gnosis, he should have no other option. But seems like our only path forward is to track him down. Judging by your expression, you must have doubted me. Even if...
Not even a little. We would never.
Maybe it was out of caution, anxiety. So now that you have your answer, do you...
You scared Paimon.
That's a good thing. Oh,
That's an odd.
feel free to call me Mawika. It's as for the captain...
That's great. Sounds like we just have to wait a little longer.
Not just yet. Don't worry.
Wait, you're going to fight in person?
That's true. I'm far less powerful than a god in my current state. But don't forget, I was an experienced and powerful... No matter how you look at it, my duty is on the... I just think there's strength in number. Anyway, I've considered moving my people to other nations, but given their close connection to the Night Kingdom, a forced evacuation would... I've told the chiefs of each tribe to strengthen their defenses and advise people. Now, I just need to find the right time.
Paimon's a little worried about how people will react.
Yes, but that won't be the only response.
All right, we should head out. Maybe we could...
See, the odd part is explaining why Capitano was the way he was is weird because Capitano was going to be a playable character and probably still is. Like Dainslift. Dainslift is going to get a character model too. Now, I believe the
Quick, over here, to safety!
Kachina, how many people?
They've all made it out. It's the Traveler and Paimon! They're here!
What's the situation?
There's a trapped caravan. We'll go together.
Rise with the sun!
It makes more sense in
Stay
that.
safe. We've got this.
It makes more sense in Natlan to use the mobility because
All right. Hear the echoes of the valley.
hey, you just fucked up my whole team contingency.
I really thought I was done for. I can't.
Don't worry about it. We're just glad you're okay. Let's see. Your goods look fine too. Guess the abyss isn't.
That should be the last abyssal pylon near the. By the way, where's Sea?
The Masters of the Night Wind also got.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, this isn't a good.
So she has the best floating ability that makes basically any character blush, but yes.
Looks like a few people were hurt after all. Oh, I should have got here sooner.
The abyss. Before long, Kachina brought over.
I wasn't in charge or anything. Still. I think this perp sleeping on the wet grass was pretty uncomfortable. But it was worth it.
You mean the situation in the Night Kingdom, right? It's impossible not to.
And we still don't know when the fight.
That just means we need to buy the pyro archon more time.
You really are an.
Why, thank you. I guess it's one of my better qualities.
And well, I heard that correctly.
So, specifics aside, the Pyro Archon confirmed the Gnosis can resolve the crisis, but it comes at a huge price.
Basically, you artificially create a ley lines system.
Probably because our plan is so risky. We don't even know if we talked to Malika before we left this and well, it makes sense.
Yeah, I trust the pyro archon. Plus, she burned down all those precious mementos for Kachina. She's already proven how much when it comes to Natlan's survival.
I agree. Maybe the captain weighed the costs and came to his own conclusion, but life is important. But so are history and memory.
But he has to rewrite rules. That's the trick.
The next question is, if the captain found a new way to save Natlan, how come the pyro...
Yeah, and isn't he from Snezhnaya? What? This isn't super.
We still don't have enough information.
Let's head back then. Malika said her intelligence officers should return soon.
See, some people weren't really happy with how you waste Capitano. Because the idea is a lot of people skip over the part where how he gets them. Because it's just suddenly weird Capitano doesn't give a damn about getting the Gnosis. Basically. And then he chooses to bypass. Which means rewriting rules. For now.
How many Fatui there are,
Sounds good. I have a few theories of my own. With a bit more information, we just might get to the bottom of them.
Wanna join our garrison, Mililani?
I was just about to ask. If I was just a bit faster, we could have prevented a few people from getting hurt. People who could help us in the next battle.
Then you should go register right away.
Registered? You... Alright. See you all...
Oh, you bet.
Teleporting around everywhere. nature of life.
Moeka! Oh, Chaska and Koichi are here. Wait,
I'm fine. No need to worry.
They ran into the Fatui while out on a mission and decided to follow them.
the Fatui?
Calm down and let me explain. Watch out. It's the Fatui.
Were they attacked by the abyss? No, wait. It looks like they're protecting a group of travelers. Over there. Do you see?
You're right. That's a traveling group from Natlan. Could they be trading for something? Let's keep observing.
We're glad you're okay. Given the appearance of abyss monsters all over Natlan, you should cancel your journey and seek shelter at the stadium or one of the tribes.
Thank you so much. I wish there was something we could give you.
We don't expect anything in return. We were out on a mission and saw you being attacked. If you truly wish to repay the favor, you can keep this a secret. If anyone asks, just say you were saved by warriors from Natlan. We're not asking you to cover up our activities. We haven't done anything illegal. Our captain simply wishes to remain undisturbed. Nonetheless, the decision remains yours.
Did you hear that? They mentioned a captain. Isn't that who the pirate...
Exactly. We could be onto something big. Still, there was no trade. They were just helping people in need. I didn't sense an ulterior motive. I didn't believe the captain when he said he wanted to save Natlan. But based on what we just saw, it's possible he was telling the truth.
People could be more pissed when they try to rehab the Fatui. Mark my words on that one. I called about the rehabbing of the Fatui towards the end by the way we've been getting the Fatui stories. They're going to say the Fatui have a noble purpose, but they're going to erase that the Fatui were horrible monsters in the beginning. Which is kind of a fucked up thing. See, around 5.0 is when so 4 is when they started that trend. That's with Archino. With Archino, they basically said, I don't butcher that name. She basically is not evil. It's like Scaramouche is not evil. They all have their goals. So, you know.
Maybe we've been wrong about the Fatui this whole time.
It's too early to say. Let's follow them and see what's really going on.
Then you got the Fatui and Nodcry, which are killing wildlife and trying to do shit under Doctore. Then you have Doctore. Then again, there's a reason for that too. Doctore is pure evil.
So this is where they were headed. Looks tricky. It's heavily guarded on all sides.
Koichi, wait for me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Look, I can use this terrain to my advantage. With our tribe's special way of getting around, I doubt they'll see me coming.
We still can't see anything on the inside.
The more heavily guarded the location, the more valuable that intel is worth. That's even more risky. I'm confident I can protect myself.
I can.
You really believe that?
Fine, don't believe me. But you can't honestly tell me You know, growing up, even if I insisted on doing something, it never gave you any trouble.
All right, all right. If we start arguing, this will never end. All right, same Got your ropes?
Yeah, let's go.
The normal Fatui you don't worry about. The other Fatui you do.
The Fatui have eyes all over this place. I should wait for Koichi's signal. Now. Not sure how many chances I'm gonna get. I need to act. Good. I made it without getting caught. I should get to that platform over there. But it's guarded by the Fatui. Koichi should have line of sight. I'll wait for her signal. That's it. Now's my chance.
It's no use staying in one place. I should keep moving. Looks like Chaska is helping me by keeping an eye on the Fatui movements. I'll wait for her signal. Time to move. Whew! That was close. Almost got caught. Probably can't make it over in one go. I'll wait for my next chance. Now's my chance. I made it! That'll show my sister. Let's see. The Fatui's occupying all the best locations. If we could just get past them somehow. Wait! I've got it!
Huh? What's that noise? Did something explode? What the heck is that? What do you think you're doing? I could ask you the same thing!
Good, they're arguing. Looks like they just need the people on the hill over there left to help their comrades. Come get me, Chaska. I hope she gets this hand signal.
That's Koichi's signal. Give me your hand. Quick.
Coming! I checked, and this way is Well, I was pretty helpful, right? You know, everyone usually jumps at the chance to work with me. Not my own sister, though.
I was wrong, Koichi.
Wait, you're just gonna...
Let's focus on the task at hand.
All right. If you're not gonna take... Looks like the Fatui are here to dig something up. I'm surprised they mobilized this many people.
It seems like they're looking for a dragon any information survives to this day.
Not bad. Looks like it took us
Back? Back where? Should we keep?
You really want to keep going?
Of course! We make a.
What was that sound?
Uh-oh. We've been spotted.
Falling rock incoming! Watch out for your gadget!
What?
Once we got them off our tail, we went back to observe some more. It looked like they were waiting, though.
So, Koichi got in?
She pushed herself too hard and collapsed on the way back to the stadium.
Huh.
Well, I didn't cause.
You've done very well.
I know.
So, our current intel suggests the device is a complete mystery, even to us.
I have no idea. But it's safe. Shilonen, I need you to gather every scholar in Natlan.
Yeah, I'll get right on it.
Thank you both for your hard work. And there are gifts from. I prepared a small gift of my own as a token.
My patience.
You don't need to give us anything, Archon.
I accept.
What am I gonna do?
There's some for the rest of you as well. I'll start investigating.
But if I'm making sacrifice once. The only way to play this game is fast traveling. Any other way, you're just gonna hate it.
What's next for you two?
I'm taking Koichi home.
Hey, it's not like I'm some kind.
That's what you always say. Everything's no big deal until you can. What if the Abyss attacks again?
I won't. Triple promise I won't.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. On the off chance something. But I'm a doctor. I haven't. I guess you're right. I do the same for anyone trying to put their life in
You
danger.
can try to see things.
The two of you are the same.
I disagree.
But these chapters are a lot longer, though.
Who wants to be like her? Overconfident, always making excuses.
That's just not true.
You think I don't have proof?
Okay, don't get into another fight.
Don't worry, Paimon.
Plus, I guess we are similar. We're family.
Okay, you don't have to put it that way.
So, you're all good now?
Neither of us are really the type to back down. So we'll always have our differences.
Plus, I know you'll wake up one day and realize.
Be my guest. See you later, Traveler and Paimon.
There's no rush. At least grab a nice meal with your family.
Bye, you two. Take.
Those two will probably make up for real. Well, we've learned a lot. Let's go over why do you look so up?
Okay, I won't beat around the bush. Oh, and I'm sorry for interrupting your rest.
Awesome! Just give it.
Hey, friends don't order each other around.
Oh, yeah. You mentioned Paimon and the Traveler discussed it after you left, and we think Auroron is probably back with the captain.
I agree with your hypothesis. And just now, I confirmed it myself. Auroron came back. He helped the Masters of the Nightwind defend.
What? He came back?
I told him to give up whatever he's doing, but he refused. He said they're just one step away from success, so there's no way he can back out now. Apparently, he came back to fulfill his duty to our tribe. When he left, he said it was because he still has a.
I'm surprised you let him go at all.
I had to prioritize was intense. I couldn't focus on outside. Plus, he was on guard. All these years of calling me
Don't say that! Your tribe all raised him together, right? That couldn't have been...
You're right. Seeing him come back reminded me of when he was... He's not only a child of the Masters of the Nightwind, but a child of Natlan. It's only Besides, Auroron is my apprentice. He might have a few tricks up his sleeve, but I guarantee...
Wait, what are you...
Look, remember how I said Auroron's soul is fragmented? This is the talisman I created to keep it stable. And this gem is what makes the talisman work. It just so happens that Auroron is due for a gem replacement. Since I can't get close to him, I put the new gem in a supply bag and asked Aoife to bring it to him. You guys know Aoife, right? No? Well, he's a pretty famous veteran. Aoife doesn't know what's going on. He probably suspected that I tampered with it. But here's the catch. The trick is on the bag. The moment he touched it, a portion of his memories were copied onto the old gem, which he no longer needed.
That's amazing. You can do something like that?
Most people can't, but I can. That trick he used to bring you to the Night Kingdom isn't anything special, by the way. My technique is much more subtle.
So in other words, you have a whole backup of Auroron's memories in this...
The kid thinks he can take me on? Like I wasn't the one who...
That's amazing, Sea Lolly. Let's take a look right away.
Once we get to the bottom of this, I know he thinks of me as his grandma.
Huh, that's a tough question. Paimon doesn't have a grandma, so she's not...
To be honest, I've always doubted my ability to look after him. I didn't stop the but if I stop here, it will haunt me until I'm 500 years old. Every night I'll wake up in a fit of Yeah, you're...
Just making it worse, traveler.
I don't care.
You sure you'll be okay?
Did you just say...
Is that okay? We have a pretty good reason.
Fine. You can come.
Don't worry, we're professional.
Then All right. Time... Are you ready?
See, chapter 3 is more the vital part. I think it starts kicking at round 4.
Look how good you're doing. You'll grow into night. And you? Aoife says you're taking...
Maybe 4 and 5.
But I think you're a good tree. What do you think?
Hey! How's it going, Auroron?
Good. How are you?
Can't complain.
No, just some...
Sounds fascinating.
They told me you were coming and that you would...
By the way, I ran into Aoife yesterday. He told me Chaska's fostering a saurian at his place. Said the thing trampled...
No, don't worry. I've already wrapped your share of the produce.
You really knew I was coming.
Light up the smoke and you can see the path through the shadows.
Hey, have you seen that strange group of people that just...
Appeared out of nowhere?
It's the Fatui. Their leader seems like a big if you run into them.
You're from the Masters of the Nightwind, are you not? Why do you live here alone?
I enjoy living by myself out in the wild. I guess you're from the Fatui. One everyone's calling a big deal.
Not an inaccurate description. I'm looking for someone who may be known to you. Seatlali is her name.
Granny. I've heard the name.
There's no point to further questioning if you insist on hiding things from me.
Oh, you could tell I was lying, and now he's leaving? Gave up just like that? Hey! At least tell me why you're looking for Seatlali.
It's none of your concern. I have my own means of tracking her down.
Why are the Fatui looking for her? What does she have to... I can't just let them go like this. I have to figure out what they're planning. studying the ley lines and asking for leads on Granny, I can definitely rule out some sort of invasion.
The situation has seen no true improvement. The Pyro Archon did not fulfill her promise.
My lord!
Ignore him. He is no threat.
He knows I'm following him. He's strong, I can tell. But there's something...
What is it?
My lord,
A ley line disturbance. Certain presences have been forced to wander outside their rightful realm.
That was a spell from the master. Did he do that so easily? Soulfaring is supposed to be extremely difficult.
I feel much better. Thank you, my lord.
Think nothing of it. Stay vigilant and continue to gather information. However, there's no reason to overengage.
Yes, sir.
Why are the Fatui fighting against...
Hmm.
I've been following him this whole time and still they ignore me? Do they really not care?
He's still an obnoxious ass of a character.
Referred to him as the captain. Never heard of him before. And now he's headed to the stadium. That's unusual.
You two, with me. Everyone else, wait here as instructed.
Yes, sir.
He's going inside? But the...
Forgive me, my lord. Allow me to check one more time.
This nation is out of time.
Yes, sir.
He just walked straight into the stadium. What is he gonna do? They're both incredibly strong. How long will they have to fight until someone comes? Wait, this feeling. Just like the other day near the ley lines. It's faint, like a soul's trying to escape. Is that why he's looking for Granny? If he dies here, then all clues will be lost.
As for you, I must confess, I did not expect that little trick of yours to save the day.
No matter how dense the fog, as long as the sun remains, you don't have much time.
I'm beginning to see just how useful you heard something from here, didn't you?
No need to force yourself. I've never seen anyone match the Pyro Archon in battle before.
I didn't expect you to intervene at such a critical moment.
You know I've been following you. Why didn't you stop me?
When walking in the forest, it is only natural to encounter wild beasts. However, not every beast has the courage.
And yet, one of those...
Then speak.
I didn't save you because I wanted something. My soul is more perceptive than others. I can sense that the ley lines are extremely weak. I don't know what the Pyro Archon... The questions you asked her just now, well, I've had very similar...
So, you can tell the truth. That was quite a reckless decision to make.
There's no turning back for me now. What I did back there is going to get me in a lot of trouble. You attacked the Pyro Archon in broad daylight, and I used my spell to save you. A single glance was likely all it took for her to recognize my So,
Seem to care little for my thought.
it's too late for that. Start from the beginning. Why are you looking for Citlali?
Explain your relation to her first. I know you two are acquainted.
Citlali is my elder and my teacher.
If you truly wish to protect her, you should have let me perish at the Pyro Archon's hand. Yet,
I want to do something to change Natlan for the better. Something I can accomplish with my own two hands. You're strange.
Strange. Citlali is said to be the legendary Granny Eatsley, someone capable of communicating with the wild. And something you need to know.
Don't forget,
Do you not believe the Fatui capable?
people can lie, but souls cannot. I can tell there's a weight to your soul, a sense of justice.
You may not live among your tribe, but you certainly know their tricks. I apologize for my rash judgment. You are more capable than I imagined. Let's go. We'll see if you have what it...
Hmm.
I see.
Worth trying.
Rather than weaving a net to protect the ley lines, this method would address the root problem by reconstructing the ley lines themselves.
See, that's one half of the memory from earlier. That's like,
Traveler, Paimon.
Paimon's fine. Just,
I'm so mad at him. After everything, he still can't let go of the past. For some reason, now that he's all grown up, he thinks no one can tell him what to do. He thinks...
well, it's more stubborn self-sacrifice, but details.
I'll show him. If he tries to run one more time, he's got another thing coming.
maybe stubbornness runs in the family. Like grandmother, like...
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
Yes, he's the parent and all.
Anyway, back to what we just saw.
Yeah, the captain seriously wants to... What does that even mean? Something like the loom of fate, maybe? But how does that help?
The loom of fate?
Oh, it's kind of hard to anyway, if he really wants to manipulate the
Which means the captain has been honest from the very beginning.
Why is he so obsessed with saving Natlan?
Yes, she needs to know about this.
See, I can't really skip through a chapter that's a lot better. Because, granted, 3 is... all of these are actually longer than 3 is... so all of these are actually longer than... see, Fontaine Quest is kind of... not saying longer, but it is rushed. 3 has a lot of information dumps. Like, some chapters are better than others.
Traveler, Paimon, Lali. Perfect timing.
Oh, really? That's great! We also just took... all with his granny...
Calm down, Paimon.
So the captain was searching for the source mechanism to reconstruct the ley lines. If his plan is already in motion, that means he knows exactly how to accomplish...
reconstruct...
Yes. It's not a simple fix. It would mean sacrificing nearly everything contained within the current ley lines, very similar to the price of using a gnosis. If he activates the mechanism, it's all over. We need to mobilize our forces as soon as possible.
But what forces do...
Kanich, Shilonen, you two, and myself.
But that's barely any people! Not to mention you lost your power, and they've got the captain on their side! Oh, maybe we really should get Lali to break Auroran's legs.
That won't help us with the captain, I'm afraid. In any case, the Masters of the Nightwind are in urgent need
Don't worry about your grandson. We'll figure something out for.
I'll leave him to you all.
Alright. Back to the. Let me grab Shilonen and Kanich, then I'll tell you. As you all know, Auroron is working with the captain is a formidable opponent, but that shouldn't deter us. In any case, a head-on confrontation isn't the best. Their plan hinges entirely on a single element, the source mechanism. If we leverage our forces, we will head out together. In the event that a confrontation becomes inevitable,
No. You're our leader, and you've lost your power.
I agree with Kanich. The two of us can handle it.
Listen to my plan first. Kanich, I want you and Ahau to launch an assault from the front and break. The captain won't be on the front lines. As a seasoned warrior, he'll be stationed in close proximity to the device.
So?
No. The purpose of the frontal assault. Shilonen, I need you to do.
So, Shilonen is launching the.
Exactly. The Traveler, no one can create a distraction.
Leave it to me.
Understood. Then just promise us you won't do anything reckless. You cannot. You mean everything to us. Losing you would be the worst.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm gonna say about 4. I want to say it's about 4 or 5 is about when it kicks off. Oh, yeah, that is still fuckery incoming. But these chapters actually are longer than normal ones, too. By the way, it's entirely normal to not have full exploration in this place. For the record. I did make a promise to help somebody. Okay, I made a promise. Go show him the way. Ugh. To the fucking hell that is Diablo 4. Look, personally, I enjoy Natlan. Natlan has a lot of deeper plots. So, or I continue. It's not because these are longer. Story is good, because there's a lot of intricacy. Because 5.0 is when you also start learning about the dragon civilization from the stars. So, I'll leave it here. God, at some point, I gotta start burning off. Ugh. At some point. Close. I'm close. I mean, the fact alone my world got fucking moved forward by like 5 goddamn levels. Jesus. Oh, that's bad. Oh, sorry. It's 2 world tiers. Oh, yep. Nope, that's gonna be hell. That's gonna be hell. That means any bosses are gonna be hell. So, yeah, no. Ugh. I mean, technically, I'm short, ever so slight. Always shit I'm gonna have to clean up. I am really seriously hoping that fucking Sardina, the Sandrone pool doesn't go fucking that much longer. Yeah. I'm really hoping not. See, that sword's good. I was hoping to pull for it, but I don't care. Hey, can I have them? Can I stop getting updates from this crap, please? That is a thing nobody ever. Every version they do this. Bound by fate, I swear. I'm really hoping that that doesn't fuck over my pool. Between that and Mona, who I never use. Mona is like a 4. You would think I use her, but nah. But yeah, I'll probably be it. I'll still get through it. Ugh, so much to do. But on a clearer day, I'm gonna try to get day I kind of have. If I get a day to myself, I can finish this out in one go. Today is not that day. And then again, I gotta solve my problem. I have a feeling that that world changing crap is about to kick my ass horribly. And that was unintentional, of course. I am going to be paying for that horribly, I know. Then I went to level Sandrone. So I guess till tomorrow. I think what? I'm gonna have to get other streams back together. 3 is more the crux because I want to knock out 4. I want to knock out 5. together, but I need a piece.
Adventuring is right up my alley.
4, I think it's either if it's not 4, it climaxes. If not
Many insects
5.
compulsion to
I have to
follow
remember correctly.
Humans are the same.
I want to say it was 4 because what happens is you wind up over here. There's a big peak up here. Because this is all, by the way, where Vika's story is. All her stuff is. But, till another day. Sorry this one takes longer, but these chapters are a lot longer than Natlan. The Natlan's a lot longer than Fontaine. The Fontaine you can kind of breeze through and never miss anything. Because 5 has very good lore to it. But yeah, that'd be lovely. I'm gonna hate it. Like, I could still do stuff here, but man, is that gonna make my life miserable. That's gonna make my life living hell. By the way. I'm not looking forward to it. Because a lot of stuff is already too tanky sometimes, and I'm already annoyed. Luckily, a lot of my main weaponry is leveled, but fucked myself horribly. Anyways, I'm going to try to finish it out. It's just going to put a big dent in my plan for like a while. Me blasting through content is going to suck for a couple of days. So, I'm going to, yeah. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Problem for tomorrow, me. It's just going to make everything tanky for no reason. See, there's something I will say before I do. The problem is if you scale up your world too much, you're going to start feeling it. 10 levels isn't so bad. 20 levels is entirely separate. Everything is tankier than it should. If you over mid-max your characters according to their stats, it's not so shit. Right? Here nor there, go for the 3 attributes. That's what a lot of my characters are. My main lineups, I relentlessly hunt for the stuff for. Now, realistically, I have to readjust those teams, said teams. Like, there's still items I need better. But relics aren't the easiest thing to farm. Weapons, yeah. Judge grade weapons because sure. If you can pull a weapon along with a 5-star, I welcome it. So, maybe I can get Sandrone in a day or so. You know? Sandrone is gonna be my big one. I have a feeling what might turn out and fuck me over. Can't see it. I want to say the state of my cryo should be good. That's a problem for tomorrow. You know. You see, that's a problem for tomorrow, so. I need to find out where these are. But yep, that's a problem. I'll figure that out later. Bothering me. I don't know where my gem fragments are. I'm not under consumables. Fire. It isn't the worst shape. It could be in far worse shape, yes. Well, see, these took a beating because I leveled Zabai. Wind, I'm very good on. Well, Amio. Amino. I just call it wind or electro. Good. Good. Fire, I'm good too. See, gems are in good shape. Materials are going to be the problem. So. Yep. Materials and Moira are going to be the problem for her, but that is a problem entirely. Watch me pull a spare million out of my ass. Yeah, she's going to be a million to level. So I'll probably have her. The question is, will she be leveled or will she not? So, again, that's going to be the key. Until then, I'll probably stream this tomorrow. I don't know. I get 120 tomorrow. I get another 130 primos tomorrow. So if I get another 120, I'll still be short. I'll still be short. I'll be short. By the way, having to justify your spending to someone who basically has a magic hobby, who has decks that are worth more than whatever. You know, I'm gonna say this. I don't pull like this normal. What pisses me the fuck off that I'm 14 pages in when I dig into a rerun that I can't go. And I got reminded of this. Ugh. Means my pity is 70. So. You know, that's the life. Again, there's not many characters, and I'm probably gonna have to. Summer banners are not nice sometimes. But till tomorrow, I'll try to be earlier. I know somebody has my attention Friday, so tomorrow's Wednesday. But yeah, if I get Sandrone, I'm probably gonna skip 7.0's banner. I'll probably skip until the Tsaritsa. Which might be 7.2 unless Audette's actually good. There's really some units that I have high doubts. I need to see the kits of everything and up to Tsaritsa. Because unless something has a really good stellar conduit, I don't need it. Because if it's just stellar conduit, I don't need anybody else. Because they're gonna probably try to push Von Stroya. Destroya is hers. And Palome's basically gonna be the second one. Kind of like in ZZZ right now. I could skip Norma and I don't care. I have enough to pull for Himiko Nova. And I'm going to pray to something I don't get screwed over on Ramiel Dan. That's 15 days off. But I should have enough resources if I lose a 50-50 over there. I have enough. We'll see if my luck holds out, but if my luck holds the same, it's going to be interesting. But it's only if I ever really want somebody I get screwed up on. And that's part of been my anger for like the last week. But till later. And then I go back and I'm going to have to regrind. But I'm going to have like 1 million. Just to get her up to fighting strength. That's going to be a pain in my ass. See, now that fighting strength is going to have to go up a lot more. But that is a problem for tomorrow. So, anyways. Till tomorrow. I'm probably going to try to sandwich 4 and 5 in. But I really, really need about 6 to 8 hours for that. Solid. I'm going to stream that. That's going to be at least 6 to 8 hours. Because if these are going longer, that's kind of the trick. Because that is extremely, what I know happens at the end of the story, it's extremely pivotal. Because it does relate to something that happens in 6. Which, if anyone knows the lore on 6, you already know kind of what it is. But I want to have it in one go. But dear God, the primos and lack thereof. This one, it's bad. So, and you could do Sandrone without her weapon. It just helps. So, till tomorrow. I think what it is, it's like it's good. But I'll probably have to do it like once a week or so. But Diablo 4 is kind of like, I like it, but when I start playing it in my sleep or half tired without fucking up, it's both good and bad. It actually means I've been there too long. But that's a me problem, not a game problem. I just wish it sometimes streams better than it does. It gets decent views, but look, I don't play it for views. It's like I don't play this for views. I just share my experience because I like this game. I always like this one. I like most of them. It's just I am 2 years behind, roughly. I explore, get ahead. Now, hindsight's 2020, but I'm also the person who knows the lore when this stuff comes out. Yeah. Again, as I said, my dailies are over here. So I log off and go do that. Till then, I gotta put together a package to get my barbarian off the ground. So I'll probably go grind whispers. I gotta go teach, so I'm gonna go help someone get. Hopefully, he picks up through osmosis by now. No offense to you if you heard that. Playing like I play in D4 is entirely a nightmare for many people. But I checked over there before I got over here. I have 90 hours already. That's been my game for the last week. Luckily, I have a business from home, but I do get tired of seeing it, and that character power is currently capped until I get a Ring of Starlit Skies. Just like my luck of getting a 5-star here, can I get a mythic that actually fits? Okay. But enough delay. I kind of hate it, so I have to go back over there. But I shall be off till tomorrow. I am going to get through this, and I have to catch up all the way through Nod Cry, which is going to give me an aneurysm. Because Snezhnaya is going to drop at the beginning of next month. So, again, resources for her to level is going to be a pain in the ass, but, you know, I really should look into it and see what I need. And pray to God it's not on a day of anything. You know, that might be a good sword for her. Hmm. I want to give this to her, though. Eh. Really 6-1, half a dozen the other. I only got one claymore. Oh, fucking hell. I may have to move that now, won't I? Well, yeah, this is definitely going to be a problem, isn't it? So, I'm going to have to do some research. Figure it out. That actually proves to be a problem. But just for the record. It's not gonna be the one that's gonna be the problem. It's gonna be the claymore. I got one extra claymore. We have to do a little bit of research on Sandrone too. See, I lack certain weapons. It's getting really bad over the time. It's getting to be a pain in my ass. It's been this issue for like two. This has actually been bad for a while. I think I can craft another. It ain't gonna be that one. See if I replace the claymore on her. I have to increase the claymore on her. That means I have to level this. Then if I give that to her, I'm gonna have to do it. Implementing choice. Must stored to be stored game. Yeah, I'll get into that. Let's see. Yep. That's actually worse than I thought. I have just one more claymore. At least I have another sword I can give somebody. I just gotta level it now. For some reason I thought those were claymores, but they're not. Anyways, as I said, tomorrow, the next time too, I'm gonna try to hit 4 and 5. I want to hit 4 and 5. That's my plan. I'm gonna have to hit 4 and 5. That will be the plan. And I'm close to Sandrone. So that's gonna be a fun build. That also means I'm gonna have to. It means I'm gonna have to work on her. I might actually have to redo hers, then look and get her an actual set. Not that this is her actual set. It's I'll have to go back through. I may have to actually get a real set on her too. I'm gonna have to get a real set on her. Because for stellar conduit, that's gonna be like this lineup. And this lineup I had to actually invest in. That means it's time. I gotta check and see. Because it's not like just changing a set of relics out. Because you need to actually. There's a difference between if it's Sandrone, Quay, Yay Miko. There's a room for another. That probably means I have to redo Quay. Then I have to redo Yay Miko. Which I'm pretty sure if Stellar Conduit got updated, I bet they're all gonna want that set. It would not surprise me one damn bit if that set particularly gets used. One damn bit. This is going to become a set for every Stellar Conduit. Now, I have a feeling that these work in concert. I'm going to have to look. This is a problem with this set. Like, because it's the same problem with Lunar. Lunar, you need both sets. Lunar setups require the same way. Lunar requires both relics. It requires some of this having these, and then there's also the ones that have the other. So you have this set, and then Silken Moon Serenade, and then you have the one that's I just where is that? Yes, it's this one. Abode of the Moon and Star, Morning Star and Moon. So the thing is, these balance out. Anything that's stellar conduit is going to have the same. And it's going to be like an off the field effect. Because I swear to God, if I go check, and that's probably what they're going to do. And then they're going to retroactively redo that on, they're going to retroactively redo that on everything. Is what's going to happen. You don't change a mechanic like that and not fuck over the old setups. Like, this is a good casual setup, but that's not the end game setup. So, like, she's used, like, there's several of them that are like lunar sets, but that don't interfere in the flow of everything, but the farm to my exact is not going to be that. You know, my standards in farming and what I expect are two separate things. Like, a lot of these, they need to be 3 stats, sometimes 4. But I wish luck to that one. Like, yeah, that one's bad. But good luck getting a goblet, okay? Good. Goblets are really hard to find. So, I will be live. I'll catch it up tomorrow. Hopefully, I'm going to try to maintain the streaming schedule, but I want to hit both 4 and 5 together. God willing. But I am going to have to start earlier, and I cannot have interruptions. Because that's the climax of the story. I want to say if 4 is the climax of the story, 5 is the post. So. And Natlan's going to take longer. Because it is a longer story. But it's a lot more to explain. So, till tomorrow. I'll try tomorrow. Before I get dragged away later in the week. Off to Diablo I go. Yeah. At some point I need a break from there because it's going to start interfering in other